Chapter 1145. In an elegant house in the forest, two old men sat opposite each other and ate crabs. The older man had snow-white hair and a lazy white cat sat on the corner of the table beside him. The autumn wind made crabs itch, but it was still 20 years away from the best time to eat crabs. However, as the capital of Liang City, Great Peace City received countless tributes. Gluttons with backgrounds and connections naturally had their own ways. Fun Spring Lake in Jianghu produced purple-whiskered yellow crabs. Because the Daoist ancestral court, Dragon Tiger Mountain, had many noble people, someone gave it the nickname Dragon Tiger Crab, which had been used to this day. Compared to other lake and river crabs, this kind of crab matured 20 years earlier. It was only autumn, but the female crabs were already yellow and full of meat. The snow-white old man had a kind face. There were porcelain plates on the table with 8 delicately made crabs. The old man was very particular about eating crabs. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of ginger and put it into his mouth to get rid of the crab chill. There was also a pretty maidservant carrying a plate with a bunch of chrysanthemums that were picked from somewhere to wipe his hands and get rid of the smell. This old man ate the crabs in an orderly manner. He was clearly an old glutton who knew how to eat crabs. The person opposite him was not young either. Compared to the old man who raised the precious, snowy lionette, he was still half a generation younger. When he ate the crabs, he obviously had to wolf them down. He ate sloppily and did not have the trivial crabs. He ate until his 10 fingers were golden and greasy. He did not forget to put them into his mouth and lick them off. Seeing this, the maidservant of the white-browed old man felt her scalp tingle. However, she did not dare to show any disdain. One had to know that this old man was the world-famous Tantanon, the head official of the Liang dynasty's Wuxia province. If he did not change sides at the last minute, no one in the imperial court would dare to confront Grand Secretary Jianghu. However, the old man that she had carefully served for several years was not an ordinary person. He was the ancestor of the Yu family in Jianghu, Jianghu. Strictly speaking, even Tantanon should call him martial uncle. The maidservant felt somewhat helpless in her heart. The old ancestor had originally invited sword Immortal Tang Shi to this banquet to put in a few good words. Unexpectedly, the Minister of War, Liu Baijia, was temporarily tied up with military affairs, and old Master Huan was unwilling to wait. The Yu clan's old ancestor also couldn't say anything. Yu Jiankong was precisely the dignified old man who was able to force Daoist nun Huangguan to throw herself at Bailiang's heir apparent in the mountains behind Gangnamdu's Baogua temple. It was also precisely because of him that sword Immortal Tang Shi, a junior, was able to enter the capital and become an official, allowing Linlong's Liu clan to have its current flourishing atmosphere. After the old man finishes eating the crab, he rinses his mouth and wipes his hands. He exhales softly, and the servant girl who has taught him cleverly leaves. Yu Jiankong reached out to pet the white cat's head. He looked at Tantanon, who was casually wiping the grease on his clothes. He laughed softly and said, "Sir Poosh, when do you have time to go to Jiangnan? Let this old man do his duty as a host." Tantanon smiled and said, "Elder Yu, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet, so let's not blindly exchange pleasantries. To tell the truth, there are still a few old debts that haven't been settled yet. However, no matter how I calculate them, they're all muddled up. I, Huan Wen, have been able to deceive myself these past few years, but Elder Yu shouldn't continue to deceive others." Yu Jiankong deeply looked at Tantanon, whom he hadn't seen for over 20 years. He suppressed the gloomy feeling in his heart, like a small lotus that had just revealed its tip, and said self-mockingly, "Back then, this old man truly underestimated you and broke up a pair of mandarin ducks. This is also one of this old man's greatest regrets." Huan Wen shook his arm and got straight to the point. "Don't worry. Elder Yu is Elder Yu, Yu Lian is Yu Lian, and Liu Baijia is even more so Liu Baijia. I, Huan Wen, am not so petty as to take my anger out on others. It's just that Huan can't become the Minister of Personnel who has entered the palace 3 times. He can't compete with Zhang Lu's disciple, Zhao Yuling. I, Huan, am indeed one of the obstacles, but it's not because of personal grudges. It's just that Yu Lian, this wooden pillar, can't support the Ministry of Personnel. If it were a yamen like the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works, Huan could still turn a blind eye to it. However, if he wants to take control of the Ministry of Personnel, which is about to be raised in rank, then he, Yu Lian, will have to pray that thick smoke will rise from his ancestors' graves. The elderly head of the Yu family, who had been indirectly scolded, smiled. He didn't get angry, and it wasn't that he was deliberately concealing his anger. It was just that the old man with snow-white eyebrows really wasn't angry. Huan continued bluntly, the Ministry of War was incompetent and made the Guangling Road a mess, giving Chao Chongqing an opportunity to easily wipe them out. I, Huan, have a bit of resentment in my heart. If I don't scold the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, who else can I scold? If you want to blame someone, blame him for sitting in that position. If it were Gu Jiantang or Chen Jibao, I'd scold them all the same. Of course, Liu Baijie hasn't been an assistant minister for long, and he hasn't even warmed up from the position of minister yet. He's been scolded quite wrongly this time. Even Yu Jiankong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "You don't just scold people with your mouth. You also hit people." Right now, the entire world knows that sword Immortal Tangxi was almost kicked in the chest by you, Lord Push. Huan slapped the table and said angrily, "I'm just a bag of old bones, and I almost sprained my ankle. Who am I supposed to judge?" Yu Jiankong sighed. He didn't plan on tangling with this scoundrel over this matter. Everyone in the court knew that it wasn't important whether or not Tantanon kicked Minister Liu. What was important was that the left push of the provincial governor was furious at the newly appointed Ministry of War. This would affect the entire situation. Even if Liu Baijie was highly regarded by the emperor, if he gave off a terrible impression of being hated by Tantanon, then Liu Baijie's ambitions would be hindered in many ways. Even if he could succeed, it would be greatly reduced. The hearts of the people in the Ministry of War were already wavering, and the Ministry of Appointments, which had been suppressed for a long time, showed signs of rising again. As the new leader of the Jiangnan scholar group, Liu Baijie, who had a clear reputation, originally even had hopes of reaching greater heights and not being constrained by the Ministry of War. In the end, he was kicked by Huan, and everything changed. Among the Jiangnan scholars, there was Yu Jiankong, who had once been evaluated, but weren't there just a few old fellows hiding behind the scenes in Jiangnan? Yu Jiankong could pick up and let go. He asked, "Then what about Su Gong?" Huan glanced at Yu Jiankong and said unhappily, "I'm not a green-eyed child. It's not difficult for me to hinder someone's future, but I can't and don't want to do the work of promoting someone else. Elder Yu has picked up the wrong pig head and entered the wrong temple. Besides, with Elder Yu's decades of friendship, it doesn't seem like he needs to burn incense to anyone." In the past, the Gumu Su family was propped up by 2 pillars. The outstanding dragon general Su Gong was outside, and Su Shufei was inside. Unfortunately, because the latter was Su Zhao's eldest daughter, she was caught by the empress and thrown into the cold palace. She probably wouldn't be able to see the light of day for the rest of her life. When she went to Changchun Palace, not only did the Gumu Su family suffer a great blow, the entire Jiangnan scholar group was seriously affected. Aristocratic families were bound together for good or ill. This had been the case since ancient times. At the time, Su Shufei had just fallen out of favor. Very quickly, a few famous Jiangnan officials with bright futures were forced back to their original positions by Zhao Yuling's Ministry of Appointments. In officialdom, laughing at others and being laughed at often happened in a single night. There was no such thing as 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. If it wasn't for Liu Baijie's meteoric rise in Great Peace City, the scholars in Jiangnan would have had an even harder time. Disregarding everything else, the day Lu Baijie was promoted to Minister of War, the number of people in the guild halls in the various provinces of Jiangnan doubled. Later, after Tantanon scolded the Ministry of War, another 30% of them silently left. Yu Jiankong gently stroked the white cat's back. He shook his head and sighed. The difference between being in the palace and not being in it is like the difference between heaven and earth. Inside, if you ask someone to do something, they should be deeply grateful. Outside, asking someone to do something isn't very effective. Yu Jiankong used the pretense of interceding for Lu Baijie, but in reality, he was plotting for Su Gong's future. Because the two old men were very clear about the situation, Lu Baijie's temporary rise and fall on the stage couldn't stop the trend of this favored person. However, Dragon General Su Gong was different. The court already had an undercurrent that suppressed generals. The Ministry of Appointments promoted him higher than the Ministry of War. Gu Jiantang was confined to the northern border by a gaudy title of Pillar of the Country. Why were Yang Shenxing, Yan Zhenchuan, and the other military veterans in such a hurry to go down south? Wasn't it because they could see that there wouldn't be such a shop after this village? They were all trying to accumulate as much merit as possible for their descendants. If Su Gong missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would be even harder for him to stand out in the future. In the entire spring and autumn period, there was only Su Xiao the butcher who could create his own momentum. Gu Jiantang could only be considered half a person. As for the others, even someone as ambitious and ruthless as Lu Shengxiang, no matter how talented they were, was just borrowing power. Chapter 1146. Huanwen hesitated and didn't say anything. Yu Jiankong was stunned. This fellow had never been one to drag his feet, yet he was actually hesitating about something. The old ancestor's expression immediately turned serious. Huanwen suddenly asked an inexplicable and unrelated question. Elder Yu, how many years do you have left to live? How about 15 years? Yu Jiankong couldn't grasp the mystery and could only tell the truth. He smiled and said, I don't dare to think too much about 15 years, but I definitely won't be able to lie down in a coffin within 10 years. Huanwen nodded and said in a deep voice, all right. Then I, Huanwen, will make an exception and help Su Gong say a few words. Within 3 years, I will definitely make him a general with real power. To be honest, if we follow the way you Jiangnan scholars operate, Su Gong won't be able to get promoted. Only death awaits him. As repayment, Yu Jiankong, will have to write 2 words for someone before you die. Yu Jiankong frowned and was somewhat puzzled. Huanwen used his finger to write 2 words on the table, then stood up and left. Yu Jiankong looked at the empty table without any words and didn't send Tantanon off. After a long silence, he sighed and said, Bai Yan, with such a good friend, what is there to be afraid of in death? The Beimang Empress was far more open-minded than any man in the world. She allowed the Southern Dynasty to form its own imperial court. The Southern Dynasty had 6 ministries but didn't have the 2 provinces of the Hall of Secretaries. However, there was an additional king of the Southern Courtyard. However, the minister of the 6 ministries was still 1 rank lower than the North Court. The king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu, had a declining status in Beimang, especially after his trusted aide, Hong Guwen, was buried at the gentleman's pavilion on the border. This dealt a heavy blow to Huang Songpu, who was born from a small noble family in Beiqian. The general Lu Gui, who was born as a commoner, and Yang Yuanzan, who had joined the army, didn't take advantage of this situation to wantonly encroach on Huang Songpu's power and territory. Ever since the Longxiang army crushed the front line of the tiled gentleman's pavilion to pieces, many of the first-class noble families had become much more restrained. The old people who had dared to criticize the 3 generals felt the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. They no longer spoke carelessly about how they didn't even need 100,000 soldiers to overturn Beiliang. The Southern Dynasty had profited from the disaster. A rare harmonious atmosphere had appeared in the Southern Dynasty. Dongzhua's increasing power and almost irresistible external forces had risen. Hong Jingyan had obtained all of the Ruren cavalry. The confrontation between the two in the Southern Dynasty's imperial court had, to a large extent, diverted some of the old contradictions from before. The king of the southern courtyard, Huang Songpu, was increasingly unable to command the 400,000-strong army of the Southern Dynasty. Both inside and outside the imperial court were well aware of this. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as the two generals, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, didn't fall out with Huang Songpu, no one dared to challenge him face to face. Except for that damned fatty. At this very moment, Dong Dong, who had even more military power, had nearly 100,000 men and horses under his command, and all of them were elite soldiers. This Dong Dong, who had an extremely bad relationship with people in the imperial court, was cursing loudly. He was practically pointing at Huang Songpu's nose and spitting saliva. "Old man Huang, have you been blinded by lard? Are you thinking of fighting Bailiang to decide the outcome of the battle? Let me ask you, how did that Hong Guan, who should have been dragged out and whipped, die? He had the advantage in numbers and geography, but didn't he still lose to the Long Xiong army, which had temporarily switched from heavy cavalry to light cavalry? Let me make a bet with you. If you do this, let alone flatten Bailiang, His Imperial Majesty's tent might even be raided by the Su family's cavalry. You damned old man, are you blind? After great ancestor Gu passed away, the great defensive line in Bailiang, which used 14 passes as key nodes, became a quagmire. They were determined to stay at the second line of defense with you, slowly flirting with us. If the 400,000-strong army pounces on us, Bailiang can afford it, but can we? Do you really think that the Su family's cavalry on the other side won't intercept us and allow us to freely transport the provisions? The more Fatty Dong spoke, the more unscrupulous he became. The white-haired Huang Songpu remained expressionless, too lazy to wipe off the fatty's saliva. For the first time, Yang Yuanzhan and Lu Gui didn't stop Dongzhuo's unruly behavior. While Dongzhuo took a break to catch his breath, Huang Songpu calmly asked, "Are you done scolding?" Dongzhuo bent over and hurriedly raised his arm. "Wait a little longer." Many of the old officials in the imperial court, who were used to seeing strange things, rolled their eyes. Some of the young nobles were more or less shocked. Huang Songpu really didn't say anything. Dongzhuo moved his mouth, as if he was trying to produce some saliva so that he could scold more efficiently. Dongzhuo straightened his back and was about to scold Huang Songpu to wake up this muddle-headed old man. At the entrance of the main hall, several tall men with profound authority walked in. They weren't too old, but their official titles couldn't be any bigger. Most of them were important officials of Beimang who lived in the Southern Dynasty but could completely ignore this imperial court. The abbot. As for the others, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in northern Mang, but their statuses were even more transcendent. Dongzhuo felt the strange atmosphere around him. He turned his head and opened his mouth wide. Oh my, is this still the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty? Isn't this the most solemn meeting in the king's tent? These uninvited guests included the two abbot of Gusai State and Dragon Waste State, the abbot of Orange State, Murong Baoding, and the great general Zhong Shentong. Huang Songpu slowly opened his mouth and said, "I've already sent a memorial to His Majesty. If it's approved, the army going south to Bailiang won't be just the 400,000 soldiers of the Southern Dynasty. Now it seems that it's most likely approved." Hong Jingyan glanced at Dongzhuo and smiled coldly. Dongzhuo tactfully shut his mouth. He shook his head and looked left and right, pretending that nothing had happened. Huang Songpu nodded lightly at the abbot and the great general. Then he said calmly to Dongzhuo, "In the memorial, I've also resigned as the king of the northern court. I've recommended you to His Majesty, Dongzhuo." Dongzhuo was dumbstruck. The fat man suddenly came to his senses. His eyes were wet as he tightly grasped Huang Songpu's hand. "Old general, you're so worried about the country and the people. It's so touching. Do you have any granddaughters you're worried about? For example, that unmarried Huang Ong Huang? I, Dong Zhuo, am willing to help take care of her. Huang Songpu said coldly, if you dare to take one step into the Huang mansion, I'll break your 3 dog legs. Dong Zhuo retracted his hand and chuckled. I haven't become the king of the southern courtyard yet, have I? All the good things in the world are safe in my bag. Otherwise, everything will be empty. Hong Jingyan narrowed his eyes and looked on coldly. Huang Songpu ignored the snobbish fat man. He walked to the center of the hall and looked around. The white-haired old man who had been on the battlefield for half his life was probably no longer the king of the southern court. He didn't say anything and just clasped his hands. Not only the generals who had made great contributions on the battlefield, but even the civil officials also clasped their hands subconsciously to return the greeting. On the border of Beiliang, a cavalry troop slowly moved forward. There were more than 50 riders. No one was anyone's retinue. Everyone had an official position. Among them was the Beiliang governor Chu Lushan. Beiliang's cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong. Infantry commander Yen Wenluan. As well as the infantry and cavalry deputy commanders Ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, He Zhonghu, and Chen Yinshui. Su Zhao's second son Su Longxiang. Liangzhou General Shifu. Lingzhou General Han Laozhan. Yuzhou General Huang Fucheng. As well as Wang Ji and Jiao Wui and a few new deputy generals. Next were the commanders of the various brigades, as well as more than a dozen captains who guarded the important passes in Beiliang. Tongguan Captain Wei Zhuqing, Xin In Horse. Weak String Captain Li Maozhen. Fengqiu Captain Zhu Boyu. North Country Captain Ren Chunyun. There was also a large group of newly promoted border captains. Without exception, they were all strong men around 30 years old. They all had military achievements and their eyes were resolute. Leading them was the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. How did the northern Liang, which many people mistakenly thought was lacking in manpower, produce so many young and strong generals after careful investigation? Such a lineup was enough to make enemies of any status feel their hair stand on end. The 50 cavalrymen tacitly lined up at the top of a high slope. They quietly looked down at Beimang. Yen Wenluan suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Old guys over 40 years old, take a step back and let the young people take the lead. How about it?" Ancestor Gu, Chen Yinshui, and the other old guys looked at each other and smiled, silently retreating. This cavalry troop was slightly uneven. However, their majestic aura did not decrease at all. Because on the front line, there were more than 30 people. Whether it was Liang or Beimang, it seemed that it was impossible to bring out so many young and strong generals who could fight on the same front at the same time. It was even more impossible to make Yen Wenluan and the other famous generals of the spring and autumn period willingly cover the rear. The young king holding an iron spear used the tip of the spear to draw a horizontal line on the ground at the same level as the front horse's hooves. Chapter 1147. In the desert, 500 cavalry against 500 cavalry. The two sides were all lightly armored elite cavalry. They did not have bows or crossbows, and the only weapon in their hands was a wooden pole. One side was the elite cavalry from Yuan Zuozong's Jibei camp, and the other side was He Zhonghu's Iron Monument camp. The reason why the two sides were practicing martial arts here was not because the group of Northern Liang elders in the distance wanted to see the battle prowess of Northern Liang with their own eyes. Instead, it was for a reason that even those outside the Northern Liang path would find inconceivable. Horse competition. Beiliang placed the most importance on horse management, and there were pastures all over the place. Among them, Yinji pastures sent out the most horses, producing 1,600 horses a year. Of which, around 300 could be used for cavalry. This was a shocking number in the Liang imperial court. One must know that even though Nanjing had 7 pastoral supervisors in 3 prefectures, it was barely the same number. Of course, the pastures in the south of the capital were inferior and the horse management was poor. Beiliang's Xianli pastures were the best. Over the years, the number of horses allocated to the elite cavalry units of northern Liang had never changed. However, the quality of the warhorses sent from the various pastures was very particular. Even when Huaihua's great general Zhong Hongwu held the power of the cavalry, he could not control the allocation of good horses. He had to follow a rule, and that was that every cavalry in Beiliang had to fight in pairs. If they won, they would take the good horses. If they lost, they could only eat the leftovers of others. A few cavalry troops with over 10,000 people would choose 800 cavalry each time. Another cavalry troop with similar combat strength would choose elite soldiers and fight each other. The flag-holding camp would send out 500 people, and the small camp would send out 200 to 300 people. Beiliang claimed to have 300,000 cavalry, but it was referring to the total strength. Naturally, it could not be all cavalry. In fact, the total number of Beiliang cavalry had always been between 100 and 150,000. Otherwise, unless Liang sent all the horses in the world to Beiliang, it could not support the Su family cavalry. Based on historical records, the Great Feng dynasty, which had always been crowned as the most prosperous after the Great Qin dynasty, only had 800,000 horses in the 30 years from Zhenyuan to Linda. Furthermore, Beiliang's most elite cavalry always had 2 or even 3 horses per person. This was an extremely exaggerated matter in the two Liao provinces where the horse source was relatively abundant. Horses were the foundation of armors and weapons, the most important weapon of the country. The current commanders of Beiliang's cavalry were Yuan Suozong, the veteran deputy commander He Zhonghu, and the Zhou partridge, Zhou Kong, who was promoted last year. Out of the Su family's 140,000 cavalry, Yuan Suozong did not lead any personal troops other than the 3 old battalions that existed before Su Shao became the king of Beiliang. Excluding the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and the Long Xiang army, He Zhonghu led the left cavalry of 40,000, and Zhou Kong led the right cavalry of 30,000. The Jibei battalion was one of the old battalions of Beiliang and was directly under the command of the great commander Yuan Suozong. The Jibei battalion's name had a deep history. After Su Shao became the vassal of Beiliang, Jizhou, where the Han family ruled, was the largest source of horses outside Beiliang. During the Spring and Autumn War, Su Shao formed many good relationships with the Han family. Later on, the entire Han family was executed, not only because they had offended the old Grand Secretary of the previous dynasty, but also because the Liang imperial court had long coveted the vast pastures of Jizhou. Thus, they could legitimately send good war horses to the northern defense line. However, the Han family's words carried enormous weight in Jizhou, and they never tampered with the numbers. However, they intentionally or unintentionally lost good horses to Beiliang. Although the Han family and the Su family became enemies later on, they were already a thorn in the side of the Zhao family. At that time, for Zhang Jiulu to be able to sit on the Grand Secretary seat, the Han family played an important role. The two armies charged forward, and dust filled the air. A rider of the Jibei battalion tilted his head and dodged a wooden pole that looked like an edgeless spear. He then used the pole in his hand to point at the heart of the rider opposite him, knocking him off his horse. The light rider of the Iron Tablet battalion was only hit by the pole, but before his body landed on the ground, he was grabbed by the shoulder by his comrade and thrown back onto the horse. Then, he continued to charge forward, tearing apart the enemy line. On the other hand, the riders of the Jibei battalion and the Iron Tablet battalion pierced each other's chests with their wooden poles at almost the same time. With the momentum of the war horse's charge, the sturdy poles bent at an astonishing angle, knocking the weaker riders off their horses on the spot. No matter how skilled the cavalry was in spear techniques, they would never use the fancy technique of killing the enemy with a single point of the pole. They would always rely on the momentum of the cavalry's charge, and the cavalry would always be so clean and neat. After each side penetrated the enemy's formation, both sides had changed positions. However, the Ji-Bei battalion and the Iron Tablet battalion did not slow down their horses, nor did they stop their horses to turn around and charge again. Instead, after the cavalry successfully pierced through the enemy's formation, both sides took a large and precise arc at almost the same time, striving to gain more momentum from the collision as quickly as possible. During this period of time, the riders who fell off their horses had to immediately lead their horses away from the battlefield. After all, this was not a real battle, and falling off a horse meant death. Chen Yinshui was the deputy commander of Beiliang's infantry. He narrowed his eyes and watched the situation on the battlefield. He smiled and said, "Old He, the 120 A-class war horses from the Xianli ranch and the 400 B-class war horses from the Koa ranch should have nothing to do with the Iron Tablet battalion." He Zhong was calm and said calmly, "This is just a charge. If we were at a disadvantage in the early stages, we would have lost. You, Chen Yinshui, would have died 7 or 8 times in the Battle of the Western Wall." Chen Yinshui laughed and said, "How can it be the same? The Iron Tablet battalion is fighting against the Ji-Bei battalion, one of the best elite troops in Beiliang. They are not the hotheads from West Chu." He Zhong suddenly sneered and said, "Old man, why don't we make a bet? If I win, you will give me that yellow parasite scout. How about it?" Chen Yinshui laughed and scolded, "I only have 4 yellow parasite scouts in total, and they are all my treasures. I won't make this bet, I definitely won't. Also, why don't you say what you will do if you lose?" He Zhong said calmly, "The soldiers I have trained will never lose." Chen Yinshui turned his head to look at the young king of Beiliang, who was sitting high on his horse and carefully watching the battle. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, look. Isn't Commander He's face as thick as the city wall?" Su Fengnian smiled and did not say anything. Chapter 1148. He Zhonghu led the troops and governed the troops. His style was ancient, he had to personally attend to everything, just like an auntie taking care of her own children. Even though he was the deputy commander of the cavalry, his eating and sleeping were no different from ordinary soldiers. Moreover, He Zhonghu did not have a wife or children, he only raised several lame old horses. This veteran general who had meritorious service throughout his life had made up his mind to live and die at the border. If it was based on military merit and seniority, Zhong Hongwu simply wouldn't be able to sit on the cavalry commander's position. It was just that He Zhonghu had never formed a faction, and always maintained a gentleman's friendship with Wei Taizhan and those old generals who had already withdrawn from the border. He also didn't like to rope in large numbers of young and strong generals to be his students and direct subordinates. He was the one who had been the deputy commander for the longest time in the Beiliang army. He Zhonghu did not have a distinctive style in leading the army. He rarely seized a big victory. However, in the 30 years of military service, He Zhonghu had almost never suffered a crushing defeat. Li Maozhen, who was known for his experience and wisdom, used to be a subordinate of He Zhonghu. However, Li Maozhen was famous for his addiction to being an officer. He had followed He Zhonghu for many years and was often manipulated by Zhong Hongwu's henchmen. Li Maozhen left the border army and returned to Beiliang. He asked Su Shao for the position of guerrilla general. Chen Yinshui continued to fan the flames. He joked with Yuan Zuozong, "Commander Yuan, how can you bear this?" Yuan Zuozong smiled, "It's hard to say who will win. It's not good for me to clamor for a one-on-one horse battle with old General He. After all, you are old and weak." He Zhonghu suddenly glared at him, "Yuan Zuozong, if you were 20 years younger, believe it or not, I could beat you down with one hand." Yan Wenluan, who looked thin and small, laughed, "Bullsh*t. Whether it's a horse battle or a foot battle, He Zhonghu can't beat Commander Yuan even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." He Zhonghu was the most respected person in the Beiliang army. Yan Wenluan, who had joined the army at the same time as He Zhonghu, did not refute after his identity was exposed. Chu Lushan, who was about 400 pounds of fat, did not ride a horse. He stood beside Su Fengnian's warhorse and said calmly, "Just now, we received a spy report that Great General Zhong Shentong and Gu Sarangio prefectures appeared in the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty. It can be considered as a farewell for Huang Songpu, who resigned as the king of the Southern Courtyard. Moreover, the one who replaced the position was not Tuoba Bodhisattva or Murong Baoding as originally expected. It was also not Great General Lu Gui, who was regarded as half a foster father by the Empress of Beimang. It was Dong Zhuo, who liked to raise crows. Huang Songpu even announced publicly that Beimang was going to use all of its resources and send 1 million soldiers to Beiliang. Beimang did not deliberately hide this news. I'm sure that Emperor Zhao and Gu Jiantang will be overjoyed when they hear this. The deputy commander of the cavalry, Zhou Kong, laughed. Dong Zhuo? Wasn't he defeated by you, Lord Protector General? Zhou Kong, who was the only one standing, rubbed his hands and laughed. Back then, there was still a bit of luck involved. Yan Wenluan thought for a while and laughed coldly. The king of Beiliang's actions are not only because they value him, but also because they are wary of him. Chu Lushan nodded and said slowly, little fatty Dong has always been treated as half a son by that old woman. It would be more reassuring to hand over the military power of the Southern Dynasty to a young man like him who doesn't have a deep foundation. However, this fellow had an entire 100,000 elite personal guards who only knew the word Dong, but not Northern Mang. Even an old woman would have to think twice before doing so. Dong Zhuo is a slippery person. If he doesn't take the lead as the king of the Southern Courtyard, once the war starts, with his temperament of not acting until he sees a rabbit, even if he is forced to take the field, he will definitely not put in any effort. When the time comes, both Liang Mang and Beimang will suffer heavy losses. In the end, the Dong family will have the most soldiers. In this way, even if Dong Zhuo doesn't have any ambition, he will still have to be ambitious. Su Fengnian said, I heard that Dong Zhuo has always regarded you as an irreconcilable enemy. Dong Zhuo said cheerfully, that little fatty thinks so, but Lu Qiu, doesn't think so of him. Great ancestor Gu, who was once the mainstay of the Southern Tang Empire, smiled knowingly. If Dong Zhuo didn't become the king of the Southern Courtyard, I would have almost forgotten the amazing achievements of our Protector General. Chu Lushan raised his fat arm and waved it gently. He pretended to be shy and said, a real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Su Fengnian, who couldn't stand it anymore, raised his foot and gently kicked Chu Lushan's shoulder. He said, the Iron Tablet Camp won, but there are only 21 cavalrymen left on horseback. Everyone looked over. It was indeed so. The 21 cavalrymen of the Iron Tablet Camp raised one arm at the same time and calmly accepted the thunderous cheers. He Zhong suddenly laughed heartily. He looked at Yuan Zuozong, who was not far away. The latter's eyes were clear and he nodded to the old man. Then He Zhong suddenly rode forward and shouted to those men, come, the old rules, take your wives. The excellent warhorses of the Xianli Ranch and the Koa Ranch, under the leadership of the shepherds, slowly galloped out from the side of the battlefield where the dust had settled. The 500 cavalrymen cheered and yelled. They dismounted and welcomed the new wives. Some of the cavalrymen of the Iron Tablet Camp made a series of dizzying somersaults while galloping forward. Some of them were kicked on the buttocks by their comrades behind them and fell flat on their faces. The 500 cavalrymen were so happy and noisy. Beiliang's horses had always been the wives of Beiliang's valiant soldiers. Who would complain about having too many warhorses that were rarer than beautiful women? Su Fengnian looked at the 500 cavalrymen of the Jibei camp. Everyone was holding their horses and standing in silence. Su Fengnian squeezed the horse's belly and went out alone. He first went to the Iron Tablet camp, who were busy selecting warhorses. He signaled them to not salute and let them continue to pick their wives. He quietly waited for them to finish selecting. When everyone got on their horses, he looked at one of the cavalrymen who had killed the enemy the most. Su Fengnian took the new cold saber from his waist and threw it up high. The young and burly cavalryman caught the cold saber. He was stunned at first. Then his face turned red and tears filled his eyes. He shouted and raised the saber up high. Su Fengnian still rode forward. He came to the front of the Ji-Bei camp and dismounted. He led the horse forward and handed the reins to the leading cavalryman. Chapter 1149. In autumn, Su Fengnian's trip to the north took about 20 days. Most of the time, he strolled leisurely around Jinyuan, Qinghe, Zhongzhong, and Huaiyang. During this period, Yan Wenluan, Chen Yinshui, and a few other veteran generals with heavy military duties gradually left. Then, Han Laozhan, Huang Fuqian, and the other provincial generals and deputy generals left for the south. Then, Wei Shaking, Xian Yinma, and the other captains who had real power in the territory left. Finally, it was the turn of the second-line border army generals and captains who were not stationed here. Huang Laifu, the lieutenant of Huaiyang, wanted to give up his official residence, but the governor-general, who was always fond of extravagance, did not agree. Instead, he casually bought a residence from a big family in the pass. It was said that after receiving the 3,000 taels of silver, the head of the family could not sleep well for several days and repeatedly wanted to return the money to the governor-general where Lu Qiu'er was in charge. Unfortunately, the governor-general ignored him. Later, the head of the family was so restless that he could not eat or sleep well. He had to ask an expert for advice and added another 2,000 taels of silver, which he donated to the Huaiyang Pass as the army's salary. This family, who had been rich from the border trade in the early years, finally felt a little relieved. However, they still secretly moved to a Wubao residence dozens of miles south of the Huaiyang Pass. Chu Lushan's fierce reputation was evident. In addition to Chu Lushan and Huang Laifu, the two landlords of Huaiyang Pass, there were also a group of young captains from the border and the territory. Wang Chou, the speaker of Anliang Army Town, Chao Xiaojiao, the Honglu general, who was famous for being a troublemaker in the northern defense line of Yuzhou province, Hong Xinjia, the real person in charge of many Wu forts in Yuzhou province, Zhu Boyu, the Fengqiu commandant of Lingzhou province, and Ren Chunyun, the North Country captain, who came from a poor family. Both of them performed outstandingly in the Battle of Fuding in Lingzhou province. Huang Xiaokuai, the Pearl commandant of the vanguard, was promoted to the deputy general of Lingzhou province and assisted Han Laozhan together with Wang Zhi. However, Huang Xiaokuai did not follow the order to go to the north this time. Instead, he was replaced by Jiao Wui. Compared to these three people, Ma Jinchai, the frozen field commandant of Zhigui prefecture, was really unlucky. She could not even keep her official title, let alone being promoted. After arriving at the northern defense line, Su Fengnian rarely spoke, except for listening to the military intelligence and customs affairs from the generals and generals. He didn't even ask many questions. Occasionally, he asked some trivial questions about the border defense. He didn't say anything heroic, nor did he deliberately show off his knowledge of the art of war in front of the legendary warriors and young warriors. In fact, many people sincerely wanted to hear about the feats of the king of Beiliang in Jianghu. After all, he was the new champion of Jianghu who could even defeat Wang Xianji. No matter how arrogant Su Fengnian was, even the elders like Yan Wenluan and Gu Dezhu were willing to listen to him. However, the young king disappointed everyone. He didn't mention a single word about his travels in Jianghu and the battles of life and death. After Su Fengnian ascended to the top of Jianghu, in addition to the hidden ambush at Iron Gate Pass, the deeds of killing Diwu Raccoon, the master of Mount Tibing, and Han Diaosi, the killer cat, also began to quietly spread in the imperial court of Liang. A group of people walked to the top of the city wall. Among them, Chao Xiaojiao, who was newly conferred the title of Honglu General, was a short and vigorous middle-aged man. He had a good reputation in the eastern defense line of Beiliang in the north of Yuzhou and had accumulated enough military merits. However, because he repeatedly offended Zhong Hongwu, the great general of Beiliang, he didn't even get the title of a general. After Zhong Hongwu fell, Su Fengnian specially asked Beiliang to keep an eye on him for about half a year before he decided to promote him. Of course, Qiao Xiaojiao was not a perfect person. He had a strong desire to kill and was ruthless in his management of the army. Many of his subordinates violated the rules and even embezzled the salary of the border guards. Zhong Hongwu used these reasons to keep Qiao Xiaojiao in the position of a small lieutenant. Qiao Xiaojiao was like a sharp blade that could hurt others, but he could also hurt himself. Su Fengnian's use of this person was not without criticism in the Beiliang army. Even the old general Chen Yinshui had some objections. As for Hong Xinjia, who was a full head taller than Qiao Xiaojiao, his reputation was much better. Beiliang had a lot of hereditary military records in the Wu castle. The gourd mouth area was especially prominent. The king of the southern courtyard once said that even if Beimang threw in 160,000 soldiers, they might not be able to fill it up. More than half of this could be attributed to Hong Xinjia's achievements. He was only mediocre when it came to leading troops in war, but whether it was managing the military affairs or building the Wu castle system, he was one of the few geniuses in the Liang dynasty. He was also a master of investigation and knowledge. Gu Jiantang valued this person a lot. When he was in charge of military affairs in the northern region as the Minister of War, it was said that the general had secretly asked Zhang Lu to bring Hong Xinjia to the Liao and improve the defense line. After the request was rejected, there was even a ridiculous attempt to mobilize Zhaogo to kidnap Hong Xinjia. Walking to the top of the city wall, Su Fengnian looked to the east with his hands folded in his sleeves. He suddenly turned his head to look at Hong Xinjia, who was a block away from him. He called out Hong Xinjia's nickname, Lord of the Earth, and said with a smile, General Gu Jiantang, who is stationed in the Liao, recently offered this king a sky-high price. He promised that as long as he handed over the title of Lord of the Earth, he would help Beiliang get 30% more grain and 300,000 taels of silver from the imperial court. He also promised that you would be promoted by 3 ranks. You are only 1 step away from becoming a duke. Hong Xinjia grinned. First of all, it doesn't matter if I want to go or not. Second of all, I really don't care about the title of Lord of the Earth, as long as I can get things done. I've managed the gourd mouth area for more than 10 years, and I can't bear to leave. Su Fengnian shook his head. Tell me the truth. Chapter 1150. Hong Xinjia's face, which was as dark as charcoal due to years of exposure to the sun and wind, could actually be seen blushing. Qiao Xiaojiao immediately mocked, Old Hong fears nothing but his wife. His wife is an auntie from Yanji County. She's such a beautiful flower and she's stuck on top of Hong Xinjia, this black cow dung. Last year, she even gave birth to a big fat son for him. How could that woman be at ease with her man going to Liang to be a high-ranking official? We used to say that the woman's words were more effective than a general's. As for the imperial edict from the imperial court, even if it really reached the Hong residence, wouldn't that woman directly throw it into the latrine? Isn't that right, Old Hong? Hong Xinjia elbowed Qiao Xiaojiao's ribs. The latter didn't block it and rubbed it with a mischievous smile. You hit me, right? The prince also saw it with his own eyes. I won't pay back the 28,000 taels of silver I owe you. Hong Xinjia, who was close to Qiao Xiaojiao, widened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that the king of Beiliang was beside him. He forced himself to swallow back the family scandal that he almost blurted out. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He didn't follow the vine to get to the melon and get to the bottom of it. Chu Lushan frowned imperceptibly. Su Fengnian looked at the sky and said jokingly to the group of generals and lieutenants around him, You guys, go back to your homes and find your mothers. When they walked down the city wall, Chu Lushan approached Su Fengnian and asked in a low voice, Deploy 500 elite cavalry to protect the prince? Su Fengnian, who was followed by his eldest disciple who was a burden, shook his head. Chu Lushan didn't dare to make a decision on his own. At most, he could only secretly add more people. He quickly calculated in his mind. There were still a few old but strong falcons in the upper room of the Fushui Society. In the end, Su Fengnian and Udilong left Huayang Pass on their horses. Udilong barely learned horsemanship. Although the ride was bumpy, at least he didn't fall off the horse. Among the 3 disciples, Udilong was the least close to his master, Su Fengnian. Although Lu Yunzhang was noisy, he ultimately spoke more to his immortal master. Although Wang Sheng was reticent, he was undoubtedly the one who respected Su Fengnian the most. Only Udilong didn't know how to deal with his master, nor did he take the initiative to get close to him. The only emotion he revealed was a natural fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Fengnian had already taught Wang Sheng swordsmanship and Lu Yunzhang fist techniques, but for some reason, he didn't carve Udilong, who was better than his junior sister and junior brother in terms of luck and bone. He didn't even let Udilong memorize a set of basic internal energy mantras. Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia came together and returned together. Because of Hong Xinjia, who was coveted by the Liang imperial court, Protector General Chu sent half a battalion of cavalry to escort him. Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia sat across from each other in a carriage. Chao Xiaojiao kept pouring wine. Hong Xinjia hesitated for a moment and finally said, "How can you speak without thinking? Do you really think you don't know that the prince and the Protector General don't know that you're covered in shit? Why did you take off your pants on the city wall? Who are you trying to show to?" Chao Xiaojiao cast a sidelong glance at Hong Xinjia, who had spent half his life dealing with dirt and rocks. He smiled and asked, "Do you still remember what you were worried about on the way here?" Hong Xinjia nodded. "Naturally, with your stinky reputation, who would cover you up? Even a handful of yellow mud would be like shit. Since the prince made an exception to promote you, he would normally use both grace and authority. Although I don't have the ability to comprehend things as an official, I still understand this principle. Normally, when the prince meets you, he would give you a few words of warning." Chao Xiaojiao laughed. "That's right, that's common sense. So if the prince were to give me a sincere and earnest lecture, or even give me a torrent of abuse, I would feel at ease. But have you realized that this prince of ours is very strange? From start to finish, he hasn't given me, Chao Xiaojiao, a corrupt and ruthless official, a few words." Hong Xinjia froze and said in surprise, "That's true." Chao Xiaojiao raised his sleeve to wipe his mouth. "That's why I'm afraid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to provoke the prince in front of Demon Chu on the city walls. If that wasn't a slap to Chu Lushan's face, who else would it be?" Hong Xinjia was even more confused. With a blank expression, he asked, "Then if you offend Protector General Chu, won't you also be made to suffer in the future?" Chao Xiaojiao slowly drank a mouthful of wine. "Old Hong, don't worry about it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're just fated to deal with dead things like dirt and rocks. Don't get mixed up in this mess." Hong Xinjia smiled. "No matter what, a promotion is a good thing." Chao Xiaojiao said in a muffled voice, "I, Chao Xiaojiao, will display my abilities according to how high an official I'm given. But if anyone wants me, I'm willing to give up my life. Don't even think about it. There's nothing in the world that's more valuable than life. I'm not an empty-handed little pawn that needs to use my life to fight for my future." Hong Xinjia was half flustered and half angry. "You should just keep these words to yourself and rot in your stomach." Chao Xiaojiao raised the curtain and gazed at the autumn wind sweeping up the yellow sand. Wave after wave, it swept across the desert. Hong Xinjia slapped his thigh and suddenly said, "I remember something. When I was drinking with old General he accidentally let it slip. Do you still remember that day when the 2 battalions confronted each other and after the victor was decided, the prince gifted him a saber and a horse?" Chao Xiaojiao nodded and smiled. "It's just a little bit of skill to buy people's hearts." Hong Xinjia's expression was rather strange. He whispered, "The prince actually said something at the time." Chao Xiaojiao raised the wine pot and listened attentively. Hong Xinjia said, "It seems like the prince said, it's fine as long as you can accomplish something." I don't want you to throw your lives away. Chao Xiaojiao said nothing and drank a mouthful of wine. In the autumn wind, the two riders headed south. However, they did not return directly to the provincial capital of Liangzhou. Instead, they turned toward Yanji County of Yuzhou. In the evening of Bishan County, it suddenly began to rain heavily. Su Fengnian, who was drenched like a drowned rat, knocked on the door. He waited for a long time before the door opened. Looking at the woman's cold face, he smiled and said, "I'm hungry." The woman laughed coldly. "What a coincidence. I haven't eaten either." Su Fengnian slipped past the woman holding the umbrella. "I'll go." Yu Dilong would never be able to forget that scene for the rest of his life. At that time, the child only thought that this beautiful woman was either the empress or an expert more powerful than the 10 martial arts referees combined. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. It was also at that time that the flood dragon of the land felt that his master was still alive. Chapter 1151. In the autumn rain, Yu Dilong felt that his master was like a scoundrel who came to take advantage of him. The child didn't dare to enter the house. He squatted on the steps outside the threshold and looked up. Under the eaves, there was a black curtain of rain. The rain splashed on the ground and splashed on his trousers. Yu Dilong sighed softly. He suddenly missed his sister who carried a big wooden sword case. Hearing the sound of light footsteps, Yu Dilong turned around and saw the woman who he didn't know whether to call sister or aunt carry 2 small stools. She put one next to him and sat on the other. Yu Dilong hesitated for a moment but still sat on the stool. He sat upright and looked straight ahead. The widowed Pei Nanwei looked at the child's rigid sitting posture and asked softly, "What do you do?" Yu Dilong thought carefully and said shyly, "I'm my master's disciple." Pei Nanwei was amused. "Could it be your master's master?" Yu Dilong opened his mouth slightly and blushed. Pei Nanwei didn't say anything else. She looked at the mud in the yard with the child and said to herself, "We should have laid down stone slabs. The 10 kilograms of mud we dug from the swallow's nest ridge is gone." Yu Dilong listened to her nagging and didn't feel annoyed. Perhaps because he was an orphan since childhood, Yu Dilong felt a strange warmth. A voice came from behind them. "Time to eat." At the small square table, Su Fengnian had already served the food and set the bowls and chopsticks. Pei Nanwei and Yu Dilong walked into the house with stools. Pei Nanwei and Su Fengnian sat opposite each other. The child thought for a moment and didn't dare to eat at the table. He just sat on the threshold with the bowl and continued to watch the rain hit the mud. At this moment, the child, who had been thinking about saving enough money to build a house since he could remember, decided that if he wanted to build a house in the future, he would build it according to this yard. "You still know to come back?" "Yes." "What did you do outside? Did you unify Jianghu, kill the emperor of Liang, or flatten Beimang?" "Not really." "But haven't you heard the news?" "What should a commoner hear?" "I went out and fought with Wang Xianji, and luckily survived. After that, he made a trip to the Eastern Sea's martial emperor city and took away all the weapons. On the way back to Beiliang, I met great-grandpa of the Wu family's sword tomb. After staying at Mount Qingliang for less than a day, I ran to the north of Liangzhou and finally sat here to eat with you." "How busy." "It's just that I didn't earn enough money to bring it back." "Was the bag of rice that Zhu Zhengli carried here last time?" "You're eating so little, but I don't see you losing weight. It's time to grow fat again, so take it easy. If you're skinny, you can still wear old clothes, but it's just a little looser. If you're fat, you'll have to spend more money." "Pa!" A loud sound rang out. Yu Dilong quickly turned his head and saw her slamming her chopsticks on the table. "The Bishan County Yamen has already stopped your salary. I went to get it at the beginning of the month, but they refused to give it to me." He also said that you took a leave of absence for no reason and went to Mount Wudong to relax. When Yanji County's governor heard this, he was furious and seems to want to remove you from your position. Go get it again and try again. Are you sure you won't make a wasted trip? If you can't get it, then forget it. My monthly salary is less than 10 taels of silver anyway. Pa! This time, it was a slap to the bowl. Udilong suddenly felt like laughing. After that, Su Fengnian washed the dishes. To Udilong's surprise, his master didn't stay in this small county for long. After freeloading for a meal, he left in the rain. The woman didn't ask him to stay, but before they left the house, she took out a rain hat and a straw raincoat woven from bamboo leaves. She didn't give them to Udilong's master, but gave them to the child and told him to put them on without any explanation. Udilong timidly looked at his master. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. The two horses' hooves trampled on the bluestone floor of the alley. Because it was a rainy night, the sound of the horses' hooves was muffled and didn't attract much attention. Although Udilong's body was thin and weak, his bones were abnormally strong. Wearing the rain hat and the straw raincoat didn't seem heavy or cumbersome at all. It was just that they didn't fit him and looked really funny. Udilong turned back to look at the courtyard. He didn't know why, but the child didn't rely on Bailiang Palace at all. He also didn't treat it as his home, but he felt close to this simple courtyard. He also had a strange thought in his heart that he couldn't tell anyone. It would be great if the woman was his mother. Udilong gathered his courage and shouted, "Master!" Su Fengnian slowed down the horse and looked at the child with big eyes with slight confusion. Udilong was quick-witted. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and asked, "Where are we going?" Su Fengnian indifferently said, "Mount Wudong. I'm going to a paradise there to stabilize my body and spirit." Since Udilong could see the strength of Wang Sheng and Lu Yunchang's qi, he naturally knew a secret after spending so much time with his master. His master's qi had been declining. Simply put, his master's martial cultivation was like a bamboo basket that kept leaking water. If he didn't fix it quickly, there wouldn't be a drop left. It might even cause irreparable damage to the basket itself. This was also why Chu Lushan had asked for 500 cavalrymen to protect him at Huayang Pass. He had fought to the death with Wang Xianji, killed Zhao Huangchao, attacked Wu City, and fought against Wu Jian. Su Fengnian's strength was declining day by day at different stages. If it weren't for this, the great-grandpa of the Wu family's sword tomb wouldn't have taken the extra step of pretending to block Su Fengnian's way at the border of Yuzhou and River Province. Chapter 1152. Udilong's face suddenly turned solemn. He turned his head and shouted, "Master!" Su Fengnian nodded and took the lead to stop the horse on this secluded muddy road. Udilong's eyes widened as he saw the uninvited guest 100 feet away. It was a barefoot young woman in white. According to common sense, with the downpour, her clothes should be soaked, but her feet were a few feet above the ground. Her clothes fluttered, and there was a white rainbow behind her that formed a supreme mysterious body of a bottle. In this way, the radiance she emitted was like a full moon that had descended to the human world. Udilong suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy. Although the woman's aura was not as fierce and frightening as that of the Bailiang cavalry commander, it was more profound and lasting. Su Fengnian stared expressionlessly at the qi cultivation genius of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea who had picked up scraps along the way. First, she forcibly stole 100 swords on the lake of Yuyan Mountain Villa. Later, she sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight outside the Shenwu city. She probably wanted to fish in troubled waters, but she did not expect that Han Shengxian would suddenly die under the sword of Suaxia Valley. She did not succeed in absorbing his dissipated fate after his death and then disappeared. But after he defeated Wang Xianji, this woman began to absorb his constantly lost qi. In terms of the ability to grow fat, there was no glutton in the world who could compare with this woman who was nicknamed the Charcoal Girl. However, Su Fengnian had an agreement with the old woman of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea. The other party was polite, so Su Fengnian did not deliberately stop the woman's stealing action. Everyone in the world had their own bad karma and good karma. Su Fengnian also did not feel that he had to monopolize the fate of Jianghu. As long as he was not provoked, whether this strange woman who was born with a sword embryo like Wang Sheng became a sword immortal and became the leader of the martial arts world, or whether Xianyuan Qingfeng was 1 foot tall and the devil was 10 feet tall, what did it have to do with him? After the charcoal girl obtained Su Fengnian's lost qi, she was like a fish in water. Compared to Yuyan Mountain Villa, she was much more powerful. After she appeared, she looked at Su Fengnian. Her mouth curved into a condescending playful smile, she stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. It was like a beautiful painting scroll drawn by a celestial being. Under the charcoal girl's hands appeared one after another. There was the tall and sturdy old man Wang Xianji, who was riding the waves of the eastern sea. There was Deng Tai A, who was leading a donkey and holding a peach branch. There was the Western Chu official Chao Zhangqing, who was indecisive. There was Han Shengxian, who had red hair fluttering in the wind. There was a man holding a spear who looked somewhat similar to a green bird. There was Li Chungang, who was riding a sword with his hands behind his back. There were about 40 people in this long scroll, and all of them were great figures in Jianghu in the past 100 years. The people. Dead people, of the people. Dead. Those who were still shining brightly were those who were still alive in this world. Su Fengnian knew most of them. After the scroll was unfolded, he was ranked second. The third was Tuoba Bodhisattva. It was just that the positions of those who had passed away did not change, but the portraits of those who were still alive in the mortal world began to quietly change their positions. The most obvious change was undoubtedly that Tuoba Bodhisattva had squeezed out Su Fengnian's second place and became the second person on the left of the scroll. Among them, Huang Sanjia suddenly appeared on the list, showing an unknown scene. Moreover, the color of this spring and autumn demon was different from the black and white of the others. After the charcoal girl revealed this skill, she giggled and said, "This is the treasure of our Guanyin sect. Not only can it subdue demons and devils, it can also summon gods." Back then, my master, yes, the one who was defeated by Li Chungang, should have used this to shine in the spring and autumn period. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I know. It's the land pilgrimage painting." The charcoal girl said, "Wow, Su Fengnian, you've even heard of this?" Su Fengnian was silent. The charcoal girl of unknown origin smiled and pointed at the person on the top of the scroll with her slender finger. "Su Fengnian, don't you want to know who this person is?" Su Fengnian shook his head. The girl in white narrowed her eyes and said to herself, "Everything has its vanquisher." Back then, the nameless Daoist sealed the invincible Gao Shulu. The Daoist mansion of Longhu Mountain suppressed the devil Lu Songtao of Zhulu Mountain. Wang Xianji suppressed Li Chungang. In the end, you subdued Wang Xianji. Then, aren't you curious who's going to subdue you? Su Fengnian frowned. The charcoal girl was slightly surprised. She looked at a fresh portrait that appeared out of thin air in the scroll. She glanced at the earth dragon, then stared at Su Fengnian and continued, "Su Fengnian, don't you want to know who Qi Xianzhu and Hong Shixiang, who are also the reincarnations of ancestor Lu, suppressed when they were born?" Su Fengnian looked at the portrait at the top of the scroll. It was not the same as the other people. This person was blurry, but he was wearing a Confucian robe. He sat cross-legged and stared at a white water bowl in front of him. There was about half a bowl of water, and the water surface was slightly rippling. The charcoal girl who had been acting alone asked tirelessly, "Su Fengnian, let me ask you. Why is it that in the past 100 years, the Confucian saint is the most difficult to be born? Xianyuan Jingqing reached this realm less than an hour ago. Huang Longsher is the same. Even Chao Chongqing is a dying man." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. The charcoal girl who had not gotten a response all this time was like a woman who complained about her lover's lack of understanding. She stomped her feet and complained, "Su Fengnian, will you die if you answer me?" Su Fengnian could only sneer. An uncontrollable strong killing intent rose in his heart. Intuition told him that if he answered this woman, unless he was at his peak, he would really die. Chapter 1153. The charcoal girl looked at the young vassal king who had made up his mind to practice silent meditation. She did not give up and tried to goad him. Su Fengnian, you were once the most powerful warrior in the world. Why are you afraid of competing with a little girl? Su Fengnian stared at the Confucian scholar who had placed the bowl in front of him. He understood that the charcoal girl's words contained too many tricks. He could ignore half of the truth. This person was more likely to be the one who could restrain Huang Longshi. Otherwise, the devil Wuxia Xianxia would not have been so secretive and unwilling to enter the realm of terrestrial immortal. As for the one who really wanted to subdue him, it was most likely the charcoal girl herself. Nurturing qi, gathering fate, occupying fate, and finally achieving the grand qi phenomenon. Step by step, step by step. The charcoal girl's seniority in the Guanyin sect of the South Sea was even higher than that of the old woman. Moreover, she had a sword embryo. Her fate was not bad. Moreover, she had picked up the fate left by Su Fengnian. It could be said that she was blessed with fate. If she could get rid of Su Fengnian here and accept him completely, it was not impossible for her to become an unprecedented terrestrial deva. The Tide Listening Pavilion had collected countless rare copies of martial arts manuals. There were also many classified secret files that recorded the secrets of various sections. The Guanyin sect was the best place for qi cultivators in the south. However, the Tide Listening Pavilion still could not find any information about the chart of immortal pilgrimage. However, Li Chungang, who had personally beaten the charcoal girl's master back to the sea, had mentioned that the girl's martial arts were only outstanding but her swordsmanship was not top-notch. Even when facing him, she was not willing to use the trump card of a qi cultivator. Therefore, her journey in Jianghu was strange. She met many martial arts legends and young talents. She cast a wide net to catch more fish just to get familiar with them. She must have had an ulterior motive. When Su Fengnian first heard the charcoal girl's long-winded words, he did not pay much attention to what she said. He was more concerned about the reason why Dong Tai drowned the Guanyin sect with his sword. However, when the charcoal girl called out his name for the second time, Su Fengnian immediately became alert. Since then, she had to mention the name Su Fengnian almost every time she spoke. This made Su Fengnian even more cautious. Moreover, because of Gao Shulu's mountain ceiling talisman, he thought of the world's talismans. Among them, there were immortal necromancers who often carried the Yen Sheng Tu manual that was passed down from generation to generation when they traveled across mountains and rivers. They were familiar with the names of the immortals and ghosts in the world. If they met gods, they would worship them and obtain opportunities. If they met evil, they would kill them and accumulate good karma. Therefore, every time they met a mountain elf or a ghost, they would call it by its name and supplement it with incantations. Those with high cultivation could follow the teachings of their founding ancestors and recite the secret incantations that were originally hidden in the heavens. Immediately, they would trigger the Tianji purple thunder to kill it. The charcoal girl was about to speak when Su Fengnian took the initiative to speak for the first time. He asked, "Your actions are contrary to the original intention of your sect." On the lake of Yuyan mountain heights, the old woman said that she would bring a large number of qi cultivators to the battlefield at the border of Beiliang. "If I die, you will lose your life-saving talisman. It is inevitable that there will be complications. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the sect?" The charcoal girl smiled wittily and said, "When a general is outside, he can't obey military orders." The charcoal girl clearly felt the killing intent of the man on horseback. She smiled and said innocently, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Moreover, you are the king of Beiliang. Don't lower yourself to my level. I will leave now. I will not dare to provoke you in the future. I will obediently stay on the isolated island in the South Sea. When you die, I will come back to the land." Su Fengnian bent down and stroked the horse's mane. The charcoal girl's face changed dramatically. She said anxiously, Su Fengnian, can you be more magnanimous? In the distance of more than 10 feet between the two, a still rain curtain condensed. It was visible to the naked eye. It was like a gate falling from the sky, constantly moving toward the charcoal girl. Su Fengnian gently clenched his fist. Although there was no rain curtain behind the charcoal girl, thousands of raindrops shot toward the girl's back. The charcoal girl drew an arc with 2 of her fingers. The character scroll circled around her in a circle. She stared at the man who was supposed to be mature but had lost his temperament. She said in fear, Su Fengnian, you deliberately tricked me? Countless soybean-sized raindrops hit the scroll rapidly. The rain curtain containing violent sword intent tilted and collapsed in front of the charcoal girl. Su Fengnian gently squeezed the horse's belly and slowly moved forward. This Bailiang A-class warhorse stepped on the path of the rain curtain and gradually moved to a higher place. It was high enough to overlook the charcoal girl who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Every time the horse's hooves stepped on the ground, the scroll around the charcoal girl trembled. Su Fengnian said calmly, everyone in the world has their own reasons to talk about, but some general principles are still the same. Udilong muttered angrily, Master's fate was taken by you, but your mother-in-law really has the heart to harm others. The charcoal girl who was trying her best to withstand the rain curtain and the raindrops hitting the bell said angrily, if I don't take it, I will be punished. This is not given by you, Su Fengnian. It is given to me by God. As the master, Su Fengnian was expressionless. As the disciple, Udilong, who was an outsider, was really annoyed to the extreme. He gritted his teeth. The child did not realize that his body was blooming with a majestic aura. It was neither Taoist's Gang Qi nor the Buddhist's golden rainbow. Chapter 1154. Muddle-headed, Lulong, who had suddenly sunk into a state of oblivion, stared at the magnificent picture scroll. His eyes blazed as he jumped off the horse. This child ran faster and more nimbly than a runaway wild horse. He even broke through the thick and heavy curtain of rain. Reaching out his arm, he grabbed Wang Xianji, who had a dark color on the picture scroll, and pulled her back. The charcoal girl was not enraged by this strange child's interference. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. His intrusion was probably because Su Fengnian was worried that the child's body and mind would be hurt by the rain, so he relaxed his defense. As a result, the charcoal girl, who was trapped, had a slim chance of survival. However, just as she was about to use her mind to take the picture scroll back, she suddenly realized that the immortal atlas she had nurtured for many years had been easily snatched away by the child. The charcoal girl's vision turned black. She was so angry that she almost fainted. It was not easy for her to stand firm. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the picture scroll had been divided into 2. Most of it had been snatched away by the child, but the remaining figure was left in place. The man who had set up the bowl, Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian released his qi. The warhorse fell gently into the mud, safe and sound. He ordered Lulong, put it away. Lulong did not know how to put it away. With a thought, the person on the painting quickly overlapped. What he held in his hand was like a painting scroll. The girl was terrified and uneasy. She fell but first into the mud. Her face was snow-white. Adding on her white robes, she was like a female ghost wandering in the night. She kept muttering to herself, how is this possible, how can it be like this? Su Fengnian did not pay attention to this rude and arrogant young woman. Instead, he looked at the only remaining person. The person in the painting had one hand at the bottom of the bowl. He was still sitting, but his body slowly floated up and coincidentally met Su Fengnian's gaze. Su Fengnian asked, was it you who secretly instructed Zhao Huangqiao to go to the Earth Lung Mountain to raise an evil dragon? Then you went with the flow to help Huang Longshi stir up the spring and autumn? In the end, you guarded Great Peace City. When the king of Jianghu fought for the throne, it was you who did not let Wang Xianji, the adoptive father of Zhao Heng, the old king of Jing'an, go to the capital to support him? All those years of literature and martial arts reviews, most of them were written by you, right? The man whose face was still blurry did not speak. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, heaven, earth, and man all have their own mathematical principles. Yuan Benshi has been the same for several decades, he should be keeping an eye on the connections for the Liang dynasty. Zhao Huangchao cultivated in seclusion, which created the terrain. In that case, you must be the leader of the Qi refinement warriors in the north. However, I am very puzzled. Back then, when Hong Shixiang destroyed the fate energy of the country, two streams of fate energy flowed into Beiliang and West Chu respectively. Why didn't you stop them? The man finally opened his mouth to speak. The moment he opened his mouth, the world that was pouring with rain instantly fell silent. It's just a debate between heaven and man. I once defended the Zhao clan, who was blessed by the heavens. As for you, what do you say? Su Fengnian sneered and said, damn, you just like to be self-righteous and spout nonsense. The man asked in return, is that so? Su Fengnian seemed to be unwilling to argue. The man laughed and said, in the next 10 years, there will be 4 major battles. I only need to win one to win. After sitting and watching the clouds rise and fall for many years, the man finally stood up. His feet seemed to have landed in the mud of this small path. Su Fengnian saw that the man began to walk forward. Then, he brushed past him and headed towards Shishu. Su Fengnian stood where he was. The dragon was at a loss, while the charcoal girl's heart was like dead ashes. Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the raindrops falling in the night sky. Every drop was crystal clear. The trend of the world today was no longer so unclear. Needless to say, Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan had an incomparable innate advantage and still occupied the most fate energy. Huang Sanjia and Beimang's state preceptor, Yuan Qingshan, chose Zhao Zhu at the same time. This person, who might be the true scholarly sage of the century, chose Chen Jibao. This was undoubtedly a situation that Su Fengnian was most unwilling to see. Su Fengnian turned to the charcoal girl and said, using external objects to steal the secrets of the heavens is not a long-term solution. If you are really interested in the martial arts world, I will make a deal with you. The charcoal girl's eyes lit up. You want me to invite the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect to the border to promote the Beiliang? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, I want you to temporarily move the entire sect's manpower behind the defense line of the Jinkinjiang tomb. You are also allowed to withdraw from Beiliang if the situation is not good. The charcoal girl was stunned. Are you crazy? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, it is the Beimang Empress who has gone crazy. Beiliang and I have no choice but to go crazy with her. The charcoal girl said with an aggrieved expression, how can I dare to roam the martial arts world alone now? From here to the southern sea, I have to take a detour. It is thousands of miles away. Can you be at ease? Su Fengnian glanced at her. The charcoal girl pouted and admitted defeat. I know. You just want to say that this is how you walked out of Beimang. But you're a man, and I'm just a weak woman. If I delay your important matters, I'll just die somewhere. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I will let the heavy sword cave's master, Mi Fengjie, protect you on your way back to the Guanyin sect. The charcoal girl asked for a yard after taking an inch, is there anything more powerful? Su Fengnian asked, what do you think of me? The charcoal girl said excitedly, good. Su Fengnian no longer paid attention to this muddle-headed fairy and continued to gallop forward on his horse. Yu Dilong followed closely behind, leaving her stomping her feet resentfully. In the rainy night, Yu Dilong suddenly called out, Master. Su Fengnian turned his head in confusion. The child grinned and scratched his head, probably because he suddenly did not know what to say. Su Fengnian smiled and said, since you have recognized me as your master, then I will tell you something. In the future, if you see such high and mighty fairies roaming the martial arts world, beat them up until they run home crying. Udilong nodded heavily. Because of this unintentional conversation between master and disciple tonight. In the following 100 years, no one dared to call themselves fairies. Chapter 1155. Wenlong was born in Beiliang. Even if he did not hear any Jianghu rumors or anecdotes, but no matter how ignorant he was, he still heard that there were many immortals living on Mount Wudong. Each of them had the demeanor of an immortal and could summon the wind and rain. Therefore, when he followed his master to climb the mountain this time, he was especially pious. Every time he met a Daoist priest on the mountain, regardless of whether they were old or young, he would stop and salute them. This made the Wudong Daoists who recognized Su Fengnian very terrified. Su Fengnian did not stop the child from being serious. This pure heart of a child might be the cornerstone of Wenlong's courageous progress on the path of martial arts in the future. A newborn calf was not afraid of any tiger. If he was lucky enough to survive once, he would definitely not survive the tiger's mouth every time. When Su Fengnian was climbing the mountain, he whispered to Udilong, "If a person can be fearless in Jianghu, there are two kinds of people. The first kind is those who do not know the depth of Jianghu and are arrogant, or those who have some background and have something to rely on and look down on others. These people are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, and many of them die. The other kind is those who already know the dangers of Jianghu, whether it is their own understanding or the advice of their seniors, but they are stubborn and have a clear conscience. This kind of person is relatively rare, but the number of deaths is not small. Jianghu is such a place. It doesn't care whether you are good or bad, if you are not good in water or have bad luck, as long as you get involved, you will easily drown. In just a few years, most of the masters who died in my master's hands are the latter. Your junior apprentice sister Wang Sheng studies the sword, and she will not change in this lifetime. Since ancient times, there have been battles of will and Taoism. The person who said it most thoroughly and saw it the most clearly, that person used to cultivate on this mountain. The reason why he did not let Wang Sheng practice on the mountain was because he was afraid that it would be dark under the lamp, and she would not be able to see the mountain clearly. He simply let her go further away to look at the scenery. After all, her rise is very high. If she blindly spoils things through excessive enthusiasm, she may become an embroidered pillow like the Spring Invitation Cottage's sect master in the future. Your junior brother, Lu Yunchang, is extremely sharp, but he's also filled with bloodlust. Just by relying on joining the army at the border to kill people, his saber arts will only deteriorate as he kills. His martial path will become narrower and narrower. In the end, he will be caught in his own trap. Even if he has Gu Jiantong's talent, as long as he doesn't have Gu Jiantong's breadth of mind and vision, he will definitely not be able to master a top-grade saber art. That was why he was sent to the Fish Dragon Gang to train for a few years. The world was like a mirror, and the more you looked at someone, the more you wiped the mirror. Her heart was not his heart. You have to be an understanding person first, only then can you understand how to use a saber. A saber has a single edge, it's more focused on killing intent than a sword. It's extremely hard and easy to break. If you don't understand anything, sooner or later you'll die by your own saber. As for you, you're still young. You might as well learn from that guy called Hong Shixiang on the mountain. There's no need to rush, and there's no need to force yourself to take that step. I only have the three of you as my disciples. Lu Yunchang will fight for the limelight, so it won't be your turn as the eldest senior brother for the time being. He would gladly carry your burden on his shoulders. In this world, other than the crown prince who's destined to sit on the dragon throne in the future, no one has to be successful. As long as you can protect yourself, you can live however you want, as long as you're happy. Among the three of you, Wang Sheng is a little different. Because she practices swordsmanship, out of selfishness, I put master's score on her and gave her a heavy burden. I have to make this clear to you. You can't hold a grudge against Wang Sheng because of this. Walking behind Su Fengnian on the steps, Long hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, I won't. I can't wait for junior sister to practice the most powerful swordsmanship. It doesn't matter if she's better than me." Su Fengnian stopped and turned back to look at Long. The child blushed slightly from being stared at. Su Fengnian joked, "You have a good eye. Ignoring everything else, you've already inherited Master's teachings on this point." This child's physique had been enlightened at an early age and had reached the consummation stage. He was miles ahead of his master, Su Fengnian. Now that his ignorant thoughts were exposed, he scratched his head and pretended to be stupid. Su Fengnian looked into the distance and said softly, "If the three of you become successful in the future, you must remember two things. Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang should have a life and death battle between swords and sabers. You don't have to stop them from competing, but I hope you won't kill Lu Yunzhang in a fit of anger. Also, don't learn from Master's womanizing ways, but not his heartlessness. Smart people fall in love, but if they're unlucky enough to meet a bad person, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Whether it's true or not, there's almost no one who's comfortable. Look at Chao Chongqing and Xianyuan Jingcheng, and then look at the carefree Dong Tai." Su Fengnian stopped talking halfway. Yu Dilong heard half of it and waited for a long time, but he didn't continue. He looked up at his self-proclaimed heartless master. After Su Fengnian slowly came back to his senses, he rubbed Yu Dilong's head and asked with a smile, "Do you think it's your master's wife?" Yu Dilong stared blankly for a moment, but he quickly said decisively, "Pei Nan Wei." Su Fengnian bent his finger and tapped the child's forehead. "It's not bad to help those close to you, but those who achieve great things are mostly neutral and peaceful. Master has suffered a lot in the past, so you have to learn from it." Yu Dilong sighed, his entire face scrunched up. He complained, "Master, you've said so many great principles today, I can't eat them all at once." Su Fengnian smiled and said that eating was a blessing, but he really didn't talk to his disciple anymore. The two of them silently climbed up the mountain. Under the secret instruction of Mount Qingliang, the local government donated several large sums of money to Mount Wudang. They also contributed a lot of manpower to help build a new Black Tortoise Hall, Guanxinggu, Law Enforcement Bureau, and a series of other grand and elaborate buildings on the mountain. Furthermore, they also built an academy on the mountainside, a place with picturesque hills and limpid waters, where the immortal music of Taoist school was faintly discernible, intertwined with the sound of books, bringing out the best in each other. Some of the old and dilapidated buildings on Mount Wudang that couldn't be repaired were also given a new look. The incense on the mountain was already flourishing, and with the new Prince Liang's undisguised support, the pilgrims were ordinary people. It was impossible to tell whether or not Mount Wudang's celestial aura had increased, but the human and fiery aura was much more than before. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, there were many tourists, and the incense was flourishing. It could almost compete with Mount Longhu. After Su Fengnian met the old Zhenren Chenyao, who was in charge of discipline, he settled down next to the elephant washing pond where he used to practice his saber. He didn't deliberately restrain the little dragon, allowing the child to wander around the mountain. Su Fengnian spent most of his time meditating on a huge rock in the middle of the pond. Finally, he stopped the qi in his body from collapsing for 1,000 li. The water level of the pond slowly rose back up. During this period of time, there was a constant stream of courier riders delivering redacted copies of the relatively important Wutongan documents to the mountain. In his spare time to stabilize his body, Su Fengnian would carefully read through each official document. Other than the courier riders delivering important government affairs, secret military affairs at the border were handed over to the experienced spies of the Fu Shui Bureau. Among the spies were some newly recruited Jianghu experts, all of whom had already been selected by Chu Lushan. It was unrealistic to have these people fight to the death on the battlefield, but to have them do some relaxing work, they would still be scrambling for it. Selecting Jianghu people to be elite courier soldiers was one of the suggestions put forward by Wang Lufting, who had taken over the Golden Weaving Bureau from Li Shifeng. Apart from this, the Golden Weaving Bureau set up weaving departments in the other 3 prefectures. They could not personally participate in local governance, arresting thieves, or participating in impeachment, but they could help Mount Qingliang secretly report and supervise various affairs. At the same time, it was precisely because of Wang Lufting's suggestion that the total of more than 20 academies in Liangling and Yuzhou, under the leadership of 3 leaders of the literary scene, evaluate 3 best articles of any genre each month. The winner would directly obtain an official position in Beiliang. There was something interesting about this. The literary giant in Liangzhou responsible for reviewing the articles was none other than Wang Qudong, who had written The First Snow. However, the articles that truly reached Su Fengnian's hands were mostly those abandoned articles that criticized the current political situation. Although many of the articles were biased in their point of view, even treacherous and heinous, these scholars had quietly put their names on Wutong'an's archives. Even they themselves did not know that many of the resentful works that they had tossed into the wastepaper basket, those crumpled manuscripts, would appear on Mount Qingliang's study desk several days later. Su Fengnian's temporary thatched hut was practically lit at night. On a stormy, thunderous night, Su Fengnian finished reading all the reports from Beiliang spies and the reports from Liang's residents that had been delivered to him. He picked out 3 and spread them out on the table. One came from Huaiyang Pass, where the border protectorate was located. It was personally written by Chu Lushan. It was said that one's handwriting was like one's person, but Chu Lushan's handwriting was extremely delicate and gentle, practically the handwriting of a woman. It was truly impossible to associate it with his bloated body. The secret letter reported the general progress of the refugees in Liuzhou. After Beiliang relaxed its border restrictions, the number of refugees entering the country had reached a peak. In a single month, the number of people crossing the border had reached 4,000. However, those who chose to enter Beiliang's army were few and far between, almost negligible. Only when the news that Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang, had killed Wang Xianji spread out, and the newly appointed governor of Liuzhou, Yang Guangdou, added fuel to the fire. Finally, there was a large wave of people. In the short span of 10 days, 6,000 people had taken the initiative to request to join the army at the border. Chapter 1156. Although the spring and autumn period had been a long time ago, proving that there were no long-lived generals who could fight against 10,000 men, but an army with 10,000 men as its backbone was completely different. Su Fengnian, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zhuozong, and the others did not think that the valiant refugees could form an army of their own in Liuzhou. They did not believe that they could defend against the charge of Beimang's cavalry. With hundreds of thousands of refugees, it was true that everyone could mount a horse and fight. However, in a mature army, even after 10 to 20% of casualties, the army's morale would still be intact. These refugees seemed to have a large number, but in a real battle, not only would they not be able to withstand a single blow, they might even break up Beiliang's original formation. Therefore, the best situation was to scatter these refugees and send them to the border army. Then, a portion of Beiliang's elites would be transferred to Liuzhou. They would be the cornerstone of Liuzhou's defense against Beimang's cavalry. However, this kind of thing could not be forced. Although the refugees did not have to worry about food and clothing after joining the army, it was still a job where one's head was tied to one's belt. No one was stupid. A bad life was better than a good death. Su Fengnian mocked himself, the title of number 1 in the world is still very useful. The secret letter also mentioned the conflicts between the refugees and the old soldiers after joining the army. There were even people who could not bear the humiliation and killed people in anger, almost causing a mutiny. In the letter, Chu Lushan said that as long as the refugees were involved, they would be executed. Su Fengnian sighed. Although the refugees who survived the pile of corpses were fierce and brave, they did not dare to cause trouble in Beiliang's army. Naturally, it was the old soldiers who looked down on the refugees first. It could be said that the deaths of these refugees were extremely wronged. However, Su Fengnian did not want to change Chu Lushan's decision. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. In the army camp, the old soldiers bullied the new soldiers. This was a bad habit that no leader could get rid of. If the old soldiers at the border bullied the new soldiers, they would be punished. However, if the new soldiers broke the rules, they would be killed. If the refugees wanted to stand out, they only had one chance, and that was to fight in the battlefield and win the respect of the old soldiers. They had to treat them as brothers and comrades. There was no other path for them to take. The second letter came from Wutangan. Liang carried out a large-scale extermination of Buddhism, so the number of displaced monks entering the country was as numerous as the carps crossing the river. It was inevitable that both mud and sand would sink together. Naturally, not everyone was an eminent monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism and did not stir up dust. The reason why they cultivated Buddhism was because they had not yet become Buddha. Among them, there were many famous monks who were used to living like princes. They used various channels to ask the government for the tax-exempt land granted by the temple. Nominally, they were praying for Su Fengnian, the prince of northern Liang's temple. There was a dispute in Wutangan because of this. Su Weisheng's opinion was that not only should they not open this mouth, they should also order the local government to severely reprimand these monks and expel them. Lu Qingyan's opinion was to appease them on the surface but secretly keep an eye on them. If they did not agree, they could just drag it out. There was no need to fall out with them. Su Fengnian rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly. One is ruthless, the other is kind. Both seem to be right. Let's just pretend we didn't see this. The third letter was very interesting. It came from Liang. There were many twists and turns in the process. In the end, they were able to enter Beiliang. Other than the fact that money could make ghosts drag the mill, they also had a lot of luck. Between Guangling Road and Nanjing was Lake Yanjiao. It was a man-made lake after Liang unified the world. It was said that it was used to suppress the dragon aura left behind by West Chu. There was an island in the lake. On the island, there was a warehouse that was heavily guarded. The warehouse was specially stored in a yellow book that was produced every 5 years by the various provinces of the dynasty. It recorded the household registration, farming, and labor situation of the various regions of Liang. But the world did not know that other than the yellow book of the head of the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, there was an even more obscure file. Other than the current Grand Secretary, not to mention the various government offices, even the 2 chief officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs could not read it. That was the book of the various armies. This originated from when the late emperor ordered the compilation of the duties of various ministries. Not only did he have to specify the exact amount of farmland in the world, he also had to protect military secrets. As a result, he made a compromise and hung the yellow book of farming under the various ministries and provinces. Guangling Road was originally the granary of the world and could be considered hidden. However, the number of farmland in both Liao and Liao was surprisingly large. There was no doubt that this was the reason for hanging up the yellow book. The current right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Mao, had asked the Marquis Gongliang, who was in charge of Lake Yanjiao, for a list of names. This imperial relative impeached him according to the rules. Lu Mao, who was slow to realize this, successively submitted a letter of apology. However, he was still unable to keep his position as right assistant minister. He was demoted to Yanqi Road, a wild and desolate place where miasma overflowed. In the end, he died of old age in his post. This time, because of the influence of West Chu's revival, Lake Yanjiao began to move north on a large scale. During this time, there was not a single original copy of the book, but for no reason, there were many copies of the program. Most of them flowed into Guangling Road, while a small number were scattered among the common people. The Beiliang spies planted in the territory half bought and half robbed from a group of Jianghu people and obtained a cup of soup. The numbers on the yellow book were dead, but those who were observant could see that many things were alive. Chapter 1157. It just so happened that Su Fengnian had obtained a large stack of intelligence reports from the Fushui room on the military town of Guangling over the years. Su Fengnian originally knew that the Zhao family's emperor had appointed the old Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, as the administrator. It seemed like he was letting the tiger return to the mountain, but in reality, he was inviting the tiger into the jar so that he could catch the big turtle in the jar. However, looking at the truth that had been carefully analyzed, Su Fengnian could be sure of one thing. Those garrison generals who complained to their subordinates that the court lacked pay were all righteous and confident. They said that the court was too biased toward the Tu Liao defense lines, but in reality, it was just them filling their own pockets. Under the joint leadership of Zhang Jiulu and the Minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui, who was extremely skilled at turning stone into gold, the court had never treated the garrison troops in the territory unfairly. It was not strange to say that the local garrison troops were making a ruckus, and that the child who knew how to shout would get milk. But in Su Fengnian's view, the manners of these generals of the Guangling path were really terrible to a shocking level. However, this was Zhang Jiulu reaping what he had sown. At the beginning, it was he who had single-handedly created the situation of Southerners going up north as ministers, Northerners going down south as generals. Although this action had separated the two powerful groups in Jiangnan and the north from their respective areas, after those northern generals had been led to Guangling Path, they had the support of the neighboring families near the place where the Zhao family had risen. How could these martial artists, who were proud of the fact that their father's generation had built the country, have good table manners? Guangling Path was also the place where the court had taken the lead in squeezing out criminals. How could they have any fear? After more than a dozen years, almost every position with real power had been taken by turns to plunder and plunder. Who cared about the people's livelihood and public opinion? Su Fengnian said quietly, "Too much is as bad as not enough." Su Fengnian rose and walked to a wall. On the wall hung a geographical map that included the old Chu territory and the entire southern part of the capital. If the name was not legitimate, the words would not be reasonable. If the words were not reasonable, the matter would not be accomplished. Currently, both Liang and West Chu could be considered legitimate rulers. The former was sitting on the country and wanted to quell the rebellion, while the latter was waving the banner of the orthodox Central Plains. This was not 200 years after the fall of the country, but only 20 years later. When West Chu was destroyed, even the historians believed that the emperor, the officials, and the common people did not deserve to live. The destruction of West Chu was even more lamented by countless scholars as the sinking of the divine land. Su Fengnian looked at the map. It was different from the usual rough maps of the territory. The geography of the mountains and rivers and the military towns were extremely detailed. As long as there was a possibility of a military base being used, there was not a single place left out. Furthermore, the number of soldiers and residents of each place were clearly marked and often changed at the last minute. On this map, there were hidden movements and stillness. The ones that were still were Prince Jingnan's various troops and horses, as well as the temporary assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xingxiang's tent, which was temporarily conferred the title of Great General, Yang Shenxing's infantry, which was mainly 40,000 elite troops, and Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry, which was mainly 30,000 troops. It was said that Lu Xingxiang's Yolu Pass was difficult to issue military orders. Yang Shenxing's troops were in the Shiyu area, eyeing covetously. Behind this veteran General Xianxia was a large group of nobles and aristocrats waiting to be fed. Shiyu had many mountains and rivers, as well as many tunnels and valleys. It was neither a dead place for military strategists, nor a lonely place. They were connected by the same breath and branches. As for Yan Zhenchuan's Dongyu Plain, it was a plain. The terrain was flat and wide. Although there was no danger to take refuge in, it had been convenient for cavalry troops since ancient times. If it were not for the fact that Yan Zhenchuan rarely interacted with the nobles and aristocrats in the capital, there would be more people who would want to join old General Yan's army so that they could gain more military merits earlier. Anyway, the remnants of West Chu could be crushed with a snap of the fingers. When the time came, how could the two-legged foot soldiers run faster than the cavalry troops on horseback? The three troops did not move for the time being. However, according to the latest spy report, West Chu's military strength had been surging in the dark. Other than the south, which was relatively quiet, the old capital's military strength had spread out in all directions. This was especially so in the north, where there was no fixed number. At a glance, it was like a headless fly flying around, full of obvious flaws. Su Fengnian squinted at the map, trying to guess Cao Chongqing, the Confucian general who did not shine during the Chuanqiu period. Su Fengnian was in Beiliang. Although he was only a defender after his father's generation had conquered the country, he knew the importance of an ambush. The thousands of armored soldiers in Mount Qingcheng and the two groups of horse gang at the border were like this. It was the same for the cavalry troops that were placed in the western region to drive the troops up north. When placed in a battle, it also required accurate input of the following troops. This was why the heavy cavalry could make the final decision on the battlefield. In the past few years, around the old West Chu, there had always been many roaming bandits crossing the border and causing trouble. The fact that the Prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's troops could maintain a relatively high fighting strength was largely due to the contributions of these training targets. This was why Zhao Yi did not think highly of the Prince of Yanqi and claimed that he could challenge the Beiliang cavalry. Among the vassals, the Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, had the geographical advantage of being at the border. However, under the double suppression of the court and Gu Jiantang, he could not fight the Beimang head-on. His combat strength had been declining in these years. Su Fengnian was searching for the location of Cao Chongqing's elite troops. He believed that the leaders of the Ministry of War in Great Peace City were also looking with wide eyes. In the past, De Chu, who wanted to rule the world, had the war Saint Jiang Baikue as a stabilizing force. More importantly, he had many good generals, 120,000 great halberd warriors, and a large cavalry army that had been fed with gold and silver. Both light and heavy cavalry were invincible. Now, the great halberd warriors of West Chu had disappeared, and the new heavy cavalry had not surfaced. The forces that appeared on the map were mainly the 20,000 rebels, in charge of guarding the old capital of West Chu, and the 80,000 soldiers in the various military towns and passes. The roaming bandits hidden in various places were conservatively estimated to be no less than 30,000 people. Their combat strength was far above the 80,000, and they were on par with the 20,000 troops. However, when two countries fought, the foundation supported by the people and the power of the country was very important. With reputation, there would be sources of soldiers. The people were willing to fight for it. Only with wealth could one not lose in terms of equipment. Two armies of roughly equal strength, the number of weapons, and the quality of their armor were enough to decide the outcome, unless one side's general made a fatally stupid order. But the problem was that almost no one could be sure whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of West Chu survivors who would die for the Jiang character. Su Fengnian's gaze shifted further north, where Gu Jiantang's 300,000 border troops were, the true elite of the Liang dynasty. Su Fengnian slowly retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at the border between western Shu and southern Zhao. Two of the best soldiers in the Liang dynasty. One had nothing to do and did not dare to go north, nor could he go south. The other was looking for trouble, using the Huangmu rebellion as an excuse to bring troops south. It was said that he only brought 800 soldiers. Su Fengnian sat back down at the table and closed his eyes in concentration. There was no map of Liang Mang's confrontation hanging in the room, because there was no need to look at it. It was all engraved in his mind. There was also no need for him, the king of Beiliang, to do his utmost in military affairs at the border. The reason was very simple. After nearly 20 years of hard work, the defense of Beiliang's border had reached the pinnacle. If the northern Mang only sent 400,000 soldiers from the southern dynasty to the south, Beiliang would eat them up without hesitation. If Beimang sent all of its troops south, it would be nothing more than a battle to the death. Of course, it could also be understood as helplessly waiting for death. To put it nicely, it would be mutual destruction. Su Fengnian walked out of the room and came to the side of the elephant washing pond. The small path was paved with cobblestones in the pond, tight and orderly. After being washed by the rain and pond water year after year, the cobblestones, which were originally not very sharp, had become even smoother and rounder. Su Fengnian took off his boots and held them in his hands. He slowly walked on the cobblestone path, a cool but not cold comfortable feeling seeping into the soles of his feet. Su Fengnian jumped onto a large stone and lay down, looking at the starry sky and closing his eyes. How many tens of thousands of people on the Guangling Road would not survive this autumn? How many tens of thousands of Bailiang would not survive the next autumn? Chapter 1158. In the main general's tent outside Yulu Pass, the atmosphere was heavy and strange. An urgent military report was delivered by the Lu family's personal guards. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xianxia, was sitting behind the table. His expression did not change as his finger gently stroked a commander's seal. Inside the tent, the generals and captains were divided into two groups. Most of these generals were brought to the capital by Assistant Minister Lu from Guangling Circuit. There was no doubt about their loyalty and ability. Some of them were steady old men who had been nurtured by the flames of war during the spring and autumn period, some were talented military officers who were in the prime of their lives and were eager to make progress. There were also a few young captains who were promoted as exceptions. A trusted subordinate who was sent to be a coachman rushed into the tent with his butt on fire. None of the guards stopped him. Lu Xianxia did not even bat an eyelid. He just lowered his head and looked at the old map that was taken from the Ministry of Revenue with great difficulty. It was funny that even though Gu Lu had kept the Ministry of War for many years, he could not find a map of the southern part of the capital that satisfied Lu Xianxia. However, he could easily find a few hundred maps of the border between the two Liao provinces. Guo Dongfeng, who smelled of horse urine, glared at his peers who were rejoicing in his misfortune, and asked loudly, "General, did that Yang Shenxing eat the wrong medicine? Why did he take the initiative to hastily advance towards the south? Is he so confident that he can break through Yufang Pass, cross the Qinshui crossing, and then take down the most important town in the north of Guangling Road, Xiaoshao? If he rushes in like this, what will happen to our two armies? General, what do you think? Are we going to watch him lead a bunch of hedonistic sons to their deaths, or are we going to accompany them in playing with fire? Damn it, 40,000 soldiers and horses, that is the last of southern Ji army. Once they cross the Qinshui crossing, before they reach Biao Town, that place has always been the Qingyang Basin, a place where battles have been fought since ancient times. Now, we are completely in the dark about the mobilization of soldiers in Guangling Circuit. Where did this old man get the confidence to penetrate deep into that place alone? No matter how useless West Chu is, they can at least squeeze out 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers who can fight, right? What if the garrison general of Biao Town is faking his surrender? As the great general of an kingdom, you will be defeated by such a clumsy strategy to lure the enemy. At that time, won't you be the one to take the blame? Lu Xianxia did not even raise his head as he said calmly, "First of all, we can confirm that the arrogant guard general Han Penglai is not faking his surrender. Secondly, they had 40,000 elite soldiers from Jinan, and their supplies were perfect. The great general of an kingdom was good at organizing his army, and he was good at advancing his army step by step. Even if they were faced with an army of 8,000 to 9,000 cavalrymen, as long as there were no heavy cavalrymen launching a surprise attack, they would not necessarily lose. In the end, no one dared to say whether or not the remnants of West Chu would be able to deploy nearly 10,000 cavalry at the front line of Buxiaoqingyang. Because of geographical limitations, West Chu had always fought on foot in the west and on horseback in the east. Of course, if you meet a lunatic, it's hard to say. Guo Dongfeng stiffened his neck and said, "But the Ministry of War's established strategy is to let the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, who is stationed at the slippery platform, and the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, who is stationed at Hao Ao Lake, launch the attack at the same time. No matter whether they succeed or not, it should be Zhao Yi, Prince of Guangling's turn next. How could it be Yang Shenxing's turn? Lu Xingxiang angrily rebuked, "You think you can call the name of the vassal king? Scram back to feed your horses." Guo Dongfeng shrunk his neck and obediently left the tent. Soon, he lifted the curtain and poked his head out, asking curiously, "General, may I ask where that Commander Cao Chongqing, Zhou Song, Pei Hongzhi, and the other elders are now?" Lu Xingxiang continued to stare at the map. It was a young general from the Guangling Spring Snow Building who laughed softly and said, "Cao Chongqing is personally watching the Guangling army. Zhou Song and Pei Hongzhi are not near the northern line. One is guarding the Huai River, the other is guarding the river." Guo Dongfeng made an "oh" sound and turned to leave, muttering to himself, "It seems that West Chu is not De Chu after all. They no longer have the courage to fight outside their borders." Waiting for Guo Dongfeng to walk far away, Lu Xingxiang raised his head to look at an old man in a scholarly robe who stood out like a crane among chickens. He asked, "Has Zhao Gou's side found any traces of horse movement on the Guangling Road's northern line?" The old man helplessly said, "It's difficult. The war hasn't even started yet, but more than 40 spies from the imperial court have died. In addition to the 20 or so people who betrayed us before, this is not a good sign." Lu Xingxiang made an "oh" sound and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War who led the general glanced at the military report. On it, there was a general explanation of the reasons for sending troops down south. The wording was beautiful and the style was exquisite. Naturally, it was not something that Yang Shenxing could write. Even if Lu Xingxiang used his but to think, he knew that it was the work of someone who was familiar with military books. Although the south of the capital is the central province of the world, the stone of hegemony, it cannot be accepted. It must be guarded outside the borders. The reason for the fall of southern Tang cannot be ignored. Lu Xingxiang softly said, "Armchair strategist, screw your mother. The first year of Xiangfu, autumn, summer. The summer heat was over and the weather was turning cold." Chapter 1159. Finally, there was a refreshing feeling of autumn. This made the nearly 1,000 new soldiers who had hurriedly joined the army in the middle of summer feel relieved of a heavy burden. Their sickly expressions were swept away, and they immediately became more energetic. Especially when the army was crossing the Qin River to the south, these young men, who were mostly riding tall and fine horses, did not care about the river crossing formation. One after another, they donned bright armor and galloped on the Hebei shore, competing in riding skills. In fact, not long after these people joined the army, many of them had the idea of returning to the capital to enjoy life. This was because the military camp was too smelly. It was worse than a pigsty, and it was not easy to bathe. Previously, in the middle of summer, these young men had personally experienced the power of being covered in fleas. This was far from the beautiful original intention in their hearts of two armies facing each other and killing the enemy. If not for the elders and their families persuading them in every way possible, and at the same time continuously sending large amounts of prohibited items through their connections, these descendants of nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers would have to pinch their noses and continue to suffer in the old General Yang Shenxing's army. Almost all of the thousands of connections that grew up under the emperor's feet brought their personal guards and retainers. This allowed the general of an kingdom to have 3,000 elite cavalry under his command. When the army went south, more than a dozen young masters of noble families went to ask Yang Shenxing for permission to be the vanguard. The old general smiled and gave a bunch of excuses. He also vowed that these 3,000 cavalry were his trump card. A good knife should be used on the edge of the knife. The tall and sturdy Yang Shenxing stood on the south shore with one hand on his knife. Beside him, the eldest son Yang Huchen, who had followed his father for more than 20 years, had a bitter expression. He looked at the young men riding their horses and said softly, "Father, I don't know which young man said that when the army is crossing the river, we have to be careful of enemy attacks. Therefore, they want to help the roaming cavalry protect the emperor. Don't these kids know about the matter of scouts? In this way, other than disrupting the formation and delaying the crossing of the river, there is no use at all. There was even the second son of the Marquis of Guanyi who asked me if I could allow him to challenge the enemy general when the two armies were fighting. What kind of nonsense is this? I don't know what kind of nonsense novel he read. Also, the eldest son of Count Zhenting objected. He said that marching 50 li a day was too slow and even used the analogy of a turtle crawling. He said that during the spring and autumn war, it was common for the light cavalry to travel 300 li a day and a night. Sigh, there was really no way to reason with them. Father, their 3,000 cavalry may look majestic, but they are actually incapable of accomplishing anything. The white-haired Yang Xianxia was extremely imposing as he lectured, I know what I'm doing. Hu Chen, you mustn't show any dissatisfaction in the future. Yang Huchen smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Yang Xianxia restrained her rigid expression and said earnestly, on the Eastern Front, Gu Jiantang is in charge of military affairs. On the Western Front, the young man named Su from Bailiang is in charge. Neither of them is easy to deal with. The world is peaceful, so how hard is it to achieve military merits? The remnants of West Chu had rebelled, and the southern line had appeared out of nowhere. This kind of opportunity was something that father had risked half of his life to forcefully snatch. When it came to relationships and seniority, most of the children on the north bank would call you uncle. But these brats, although they were warm and attentive, they were cold and hard to please. You mustn't do bad things out of good intentions and cause us to give them military exploits. If they don't appreciate it, they won't take our Yang family's kindness into consideration. Yang Huchen nodded his head gloomily. Yang Xianxia patted the shoulder of the son who had high hopes for him and smiled, let's not talk about other things. If it weren't for the operation of these young men's parents, we wouldn't have been able to get those 5,000 good horses. The old soldiers of southern Ji are only known for fighting on foot. This time, my grandson has had his fill of riding. And this grandson is much more tactful than you. He has already started to call many of the people in the capital who were not familiar with him. This is a great thing. Yang Huchen finally smiled. Yang Xianxia sighed softly, when a tiger is in a cage for a long time, it will inevitably have to retract its claws. Not everyone can leave the cage. Look at the dragon general Su Gong of the Gumu Su family, he missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you are one rank lower than him now, it will be hard to say in the future. Yang Huchen nodded his head. Yang Xianxia removed his sword and turned to point to the south. The old antiques of West Chu that father likes, like Pei Hongji of the Pei family, as well as Zhou Song and Zhu Yinliang, are still being held back in the south-central part of Guangling Road according to secret reports. Chao Chongqing is going to confront Zhao Yi. As long as we attack the Bai Ao military town in one go and snatch the merit on hand, victory will be in our grasp. Afterwards, whether we advance or retreat, the imperial court will have a lot of leeway. As for the criticism from the Ministry of War, can it compare to the spittle of the imperial court elders behind the soldiers of the dukes and marquises on the north bank? As for Lu Shengxiang, let's forget about him. He is just an assistant minister of the Ministry of War from the Spring Snow Building, he is not worth mentioning. The only small variable is whether or not there will be people at Qingyang Basin who are brave enough to come and stop us. Yang Huchen smiled, it's good that they came. That child Wenqi is holding his breath. In the future, our Yang family will not rely on me, but on this Confucian general. Yang Xianxia nodded and suddenly sneered, Chao Chongqing is a Confucian general. Unfortunately, his fate is not good. The northern border town of Guangling was noisy. Han Penglai, the garrison general who first rebelled against Li Yang and then West Chu, died suddenly. After his head was cut off, it was placed on the priceless red sandalwood desk. Other than his trusted subordinates, Zhao Go, 6 senior spies, and more than 300 people from a Jianghu sect died with him. The new owner of the general's mansion was a handsome young master who had a reputation for being a romantic and elegant man in Guangling. He was the eldest grandson of the Pei family, one of the 10 great clans of spring and autumn, Pei Sui. Pei Sui ordered someone to take away the head that died with remaining grievances and methodically began to take over the affairs of the military town. He did not show any unfamiliarity after taking over a magpie's nest. He was extremely familiar with the military affairs here. Pei Sui gripped his brush tightly and said in a deep voice, "It all depends on you, Xia Shibian. Everyone in the world is watching this battle. 40,000 old soldiers of Ji Nan, we must take them all." Chapter 1160. The 40,000 old soldiers of Ji Nan safely passed through the Green Vine Basin. Old General Yang Xianxia even stopped his horse on a high slope at the border and looked back. He seemed to be relieved that they did not encounter any ambush, but also disappointed that they did not encounter any tough battle. This great general of an kingdom had many secrets, and he did not even tell his son, Yang Huchen. The son was not as good as the grandson. His grandson, Yang Wenqi, was the only talented commander in the family, but he was too young. Yang Xianxia did not wish for this child to be tainted by the schemes of the officialdom. His son, Yang Huchen, was only a talented general, so it was useless to say more. As a matter of fact, the victory of Yang clan's army in southern Ji had nothing to do with the overall situation. Even if Chao Zhongqing had the intention of having a good start, he would only have his eyes on Yan Zhenchuan, the fat piece of meat. Only by wiping out the 30,000 cavalrymen on the eastern Yu plain could he prevent himself from being humiliated by others. Yang Xianxia smiled. The reason why Yan Zhenchuan was not willing to accept those young men who had never gone into battle was not because he did not have a good relationship with the nobles and officials in the capital, but also because he was clear about his dangerous situation. He did not dare to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the influential families in Great Peace City. If a few dozen young men from aristocratic families died, it would be the same as offending a few dozen influential families in the capital. On the battlefield, who would care about the status of your parents? When they were in a killing frenzy, a head was a military merit. Yang Xianxia was thinking about how to find new opportunities to feed those playboys after he took over the command of the Bao army town. When the old general heard a series of sharp whistles, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He leaped onto his horse and rode towards the south. A rider broke into the formation, and no one stopped him. It was an elite scout from Ji Nan. At the moment, he was seriously injured, and there was an arrow stuck in his back. Scouts were all light and fast riders. In order to pursue the fastest speed, other than the crossbows and sabers that were necessary for close combat, they would not wear any armor. Yang Xianxia spurred his horse and rushed to the spot where the scout had fallen. The middle-aged scout, whose name Yang Xianxia knew, was already dead. Yang Huchen, who had arrived earlier, held the scout's warm body and clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to report the situation, Yang Xianxia waved his hand. Yang Huchen knew the severity of the situation, so he ordered someone to carry the body away. He then rode side by side with his father. When they came to a secluded area, Yang Huchen's face darkened, and he said with a deep voice, "Father, only one of the 6 scouts who went to Bao army town has returned. The Chu's flag have been erected on the city wall, and 3 trenches. They have done their best. What I'm afraid is that this group of West Chu remnants will place all their cavalry near Bao in one breath." Yang Xianxia sneered, "Of course not. Bao can only place 3,000 cavalry. Any more and they can only put on a show. 3,000 cavalry plus 6 to 7,000 rebels in the city. They can defend the city, but if they take the initiative to attack, their brains will be kicked by a donkey. What I'm afraid of now is that they have their eyes on the supply line behind us. After the Qinshui River crossing, there will be another Qingyang Basin." Yang Huchen asked cautiously, "Father, should we retreat to the north bank of the Qinshui River crossing? With the river as a barrier, even if the enemy has the advantage of cavalry, they will not be able to use it. Whether we attack or defend, we still have the initiative. At most, we will just lose the first merit. Yang Xianxia's face was as calm as water, but he did not say anything. At this time, a new group of scouts came back with military intelligence. They brought back a piece of news that made Yang Xianxia and Yang Huchen, father and son, feel was absurd. Outside Baiao's strategic town, 2,000 light cavalry had begun to advance northward at high speed. Very soon, they would collide head-on with them. The speed of Jinan's infantry moving southward was moderate. They could not be said to be advancing step by step, but they were not flustered when facing all kinds of enemy attacks. They were far from being an exhausted army. Furthermore, under Yang Xianxia's command, there were also 4,000 light cavalry that had been honing their strength for a long time. Yang Xianxia felt it was somewhat funny. Where did the enemy come from? Did they read too many military books and become stupid? Did they think that when facing the expeditionary infantry, as long as they had cavalry in their hands, they could wantonly pounce on them? Yang Xianxia smiled and ordered, Huchen, let Wenqi be the vanguard and lead 2,000 cavalry. You personally lead 3,000 cavalry behind. If our 3,000 cavalry take the initiative to ask for orders, you might as well agree and let them pick up the merit. It's also good to see some blood. When they return to the capital, they can boast about it to their gang of friends. Also, let people pay attention to the movements in Qingyang Basin. These hotheads from West Chu who have been reading military books for more than 10 years may do something that makes people not know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Huchen took the order and left. Yang Xianxia rode the horse forward slowly and then climbed up a hastily built simple watchtower. The old general held the rough railing and was somewhat emotional. In the spring and autumn war, when two armies faced each other, the time, place, and people were advantageous. He had once fought side by side with several people from Beiliang, which was really pleasing to the eye. Yuan Zhuozong's cavalry charge, even though they were inferior in number, in the eyes of the onlookers, they still had the momentum of a lion hunting a rabbit. Chu Lushan brought up the rear to block. No matter how many tens of thousands of people were chasing after him, this fat pig would never make people feel worried. As for Chen Jibao's army, he gave hundreds of precise orders in a battle. Every commandant in every camp was like an arm to him. The reason why the current emperor only had eyes for this little butcher was because it was Chen Jibao who had won the absolute victory against Yi Baikue in the spring and autumn war in a battle of more than 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, he won without any hesitation, which was called clean and neat. Yang Xianxia sighed. How could the old man not know the surname of the greatest hero of the spring and autumn war? It was just that the cripple won on the battlefield and lost in the court. He could not blame others. Chapter 1161. Yang Xianxia made a sound of surprise. After the two cavalry armies with roughly the same number of people each broke into their own formation, the other side did not collapse like a landslide under Wenqi's charge. They still had the strength to fight? The old general was originally worried that this was the enemy's plan to lure them in. Wenqi was young and impetuous. If their cavalry suffered too many losses here, it would not be good. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. After all, this is not the time when we fought West Chu. How could there be so many bloody battles to the death? Yang Xianxia quietly watched the situation on the battlefield. When the old man saw the elite cavalry that his son had secretly mocked as 3,000 cavalry charge out, he nodded. Huchen had released them to charge out at the right time. Wenqi and the enemy's losses were about 2 to 3. Firstly, Wenqi was not decisive enough when he had the advantage and could not immediately expand the results of the battle. Secondly, this batch of enemy cavalry should be the elite troops that West Chu had spent a lot of money to raise. They were trying to use a victory to boost the morale of the entire West Chu army. Yang Xianxia frowned. The 3,000 cavalry were charging with such a huge advantage, yet they were still so hesitant. In the old man's vision, the 3,000 cavalry were buried in a large pile of corpses. Their charging speed was clearly much slower. Their horsemanship was not good, but it was more likely that they were frightened by the sight of so many limbs and broken bones that were still alive a moment ago. In less than an hour, the clamorous cavalry had left behind more than 600 corpses. His grandson Yang Wenqi's cavalry had purposely opened up a path for them to pursue, while Yang Huchen continued to advance at a constant speed. After the initial discomfort of the 3,000 cavalrymen, their fathers were after all meritorious generals who had survived the battlefield. Only a generation had passed, and it was far from being completely diluted. The 3,000 cavalrymen were all descendants of generals, and under the careful protection of their personal squires, everyone fought to be the first. Yang Xianxia smiled and said softly, "At least there is a little bit of the bravery of your fathers and ancestors fighting for their lives on the battlefield." Yang Xianxia held the guardrail and his expression suddenly changed. The earth trembled. This was not the small-scale trembling that the Jinan light cavalry brought. It was the armored cavalry. The real heavy cavalry. It wasn't that Yang Xianxia didn't covet the kind of heavy cavalry that could intimidate people just by looking at them. It was just that she didn't have a big horse that could carry heavy loads, and she didn't have enough money to support and maintain it. Moreover, there were no real plains in her territory that she could gallop on. If she lacked one of the three, she could only dream about it. Owning a troop of over 1,000 heavy cavalry was an obsession that almost every cavalry general with real power couldn't give up. Yang Xianxia's face darkened. "Do you really think my Jinan soldiers are made of paper if you don't join the Dongyu Plains?" A black torrent appeared in his field of vision. Yang Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed like an irresistible force, it was only 1,000 or so cavalry. It wouldn't affect the overall situation. Both of them were fresh and full of stamina. Now, it would be a battle to see who was stronger, between Hu Chen's 3,000 light cavalry and the enemy's 1,000 heavy cavalry. The young general Yang Wenqi naturally sensed the enemy's heavy cavalry entering the formation earlier than his grandfather Yang Xianxia. He shook off the blood on the tip of his spear. He didn't recklessly form a formation to stop them. Instead, he sent someone to order the 3,000 cavalry who were lying on the back of their horses to immediately retreat. Furthermore, they must not turn around and retreat. They must make a path for his father Yang Huchen's 3,000 light cavalry. Of course, at the same time, it was also convenient for the enemy's heavy cavalry to charge forward. However, he chose the lesser of two evils. It was better than having his 3,000 cavalry trapped in the middle. Not only would they be killed by the heavy cavalry, they would also have to obstruct the charge of his father's 3,000 cavalry. When that time came, his own 6,000 men would be in a mess. How could they withstand the huge charge of the enemy's red-armored cavalry? Yang Wenqi looked at the hedonistic sons who were busy stabbing the enemy's light cavalry off their horses with their spears. Some of them even laughed loudly and purposely poked the air with their spears, teasing the enemy soldiers who were dodging under their horses. Yang Wenqi was furious. He quickly rode forward and lightly stabbed the armor of a son of an aristocratic family with his spear. He shouted angrily, "Raise your head and look ahead. If you don't want to die, then retreat according to my orders." Fortunately, the 1,000 heavy cavalry charging out could not chase after the 5,000 cavalry scattered on the battlefield. Under the protection of Yang Wenqi's light cavalry and the retainers of the aristocratic families, the majority of them successfully retreated. However, there were still several hundred young masters who were charging at the front who were slightly dazed. When they came to their senses, they only turned around and fled in a straight line, leaving the 1,000 heavy cavalry with a swagger behind them. Yang Wenqi's eyes were red. He saw several familiar figures among the several hundred cavalry. These people were all from Great Peace City who lived in the mansions of marquises and dukes. Yang Wenqi gritted his teeth and had the old soldiers who had fought with his grandfather lead the 300 personal cavalry to save those bastards. Yang Wenqi retreated in an arc, tears streaming down his face. He could not bear to look at the scene behind him. Yang Huchen rode at the front and shouted angrily, kill. Yang Xianxia's eyes widened. His hands holding the railing could not stop trembling, his veins bulging. As the 1,000 heavy cavalry came out of the water, another 1,000 light cavalry charged out from the left and right flanks. Yang Xianxia was not an immortal, so he could not change the situation of the battle. Without needing him to say anything, the old soldiers of South Ji County started to form a defensive formation under the lead of their captains. A group of light cavalry of aristocratic families barely dodged the impact of the charging heavy cavalry. When they were retreating crazily from a different route, they still could not catch up with the black tide. They could only watch the heavy cavalry from the side as they kept leaping over their shoulders. The heavy cavalry was fully equipped with armors and carried only a spear. Their expressions could not be seen. Other than the muffled sound of horse hooves, there was no sound at all. Then, from the side of the battlefield, they saw countless South Ji County cavalries being knocked away by the heavy cavalry. Many of them were knocked away together with their horses. There were even 2 old soldiers of Yang clan who were pierced through by a spear, and their spears only created some sparks on the armor of the enemy cavalries before they slid away. Only those who were lucky enough to pierce through the gap of the bright red vest with their spears were able to knock the enemy off their horses. However, for those enemies who were destined to fall off their horses, their spears were still able to easily pierce through the South Ji County cavalries in front of them as if they were tofu. Looking from afar, rows of corpses that were killed on the back of the horses were brazenly knocked away, fell to the ground, and then were trampled into a pile of meat paste. Yang Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. He widened his eyes and wondered why his side did not even have the strength to fight back. How difficult was it to train a heavy cavalry that was not a burden on the battlefield, but could decide the outcome with a single strike? Yang Xianxia was extremely furious. Half of it was because of the surprise brought to him, the general of an kingdom by the remnants of West Chu, and the other half was because the enemy had underestimated them when they chose to use the old soldiers of South Ji County as their breakthrough point. Chapter 1162. Because it was more than 5,000 words, it was a bit late. After the summer of the first year of Jianghu, there was a piece of news that shook the court. The great general of an country, Yang Xianxia, faced an enemy of less than 10,000 people. The 40,000 Jinan elite soldiers were defeated again and again. First, he lost almost half of his cavalry and retreated to Qingyang Basin. Being attacked from the front and back, his cavalry was completely wiped out. After this battle, Yang Xianxia, who had lost his integrity in his old age, became a rat on the street. In Great An City, other than the Ministry of War that Liu Baijie was in charge of, the other 5 ministries and 2 imperial censors all started wave after wave of accusations against the old general. They all had reason and evidence, saying that he had ignored the orders of the main general, Liu Xingxiang, and had gone south without permission. After going south, they revealed that this person was bold. Not only did he not have a good command of the troops, he was also muddle-headed in the direction of the troops. Facing the remaining forces of West Chu, he was reduced to a state where he could not even take a single blow. Where was the invincible Li Yang? Where was the prestige of the nation? Yang Xianxia did not have the time to care about the unrest in the court. The old general and his 40,000 Jinan infantrymen that were still intact had become a turtle in a jar. Even he felt it was absurd and laughable. No matter how the white-haired great general tried to hide it, he still showed an aged appearance. The eldest son, Yang Huchen, had survived the cavalry battle more than a decade ago, but had lost an arm. His grandson, Yang Wenqi, had also been heavily injured in the battle 6 days ago. Even now, he was still lying on his sickbed with the stench of medicine. Yang Xianxia had never fought such a humiliating battle. It was not a big deal that Huchen's 3,000 light cavalry could not win against the 1,000 heavy cavalry. Victory and defeat were common in the military. It was Yang Xianxia who had let down his guard and violated the taboo of the military. The old man did not have many complaints. However, the development of the situation made General Nguo almost kill someone. The 3,000 soldiers who did not suffer too many casualties in the first cavalry battle actually requested to leave the army immediately after witnessing the power of the heavy cavalry's charge. They passed through Qingyang Basin and retreated to the north of Qinshui and Jindu. Yang Xianxia did not reject them. He only suggested that they slowly retreated with the infantry to prevent the enemy's light cavalry from launching an attack. Unexpectedly, after receiving the news, those bastards agreed to it verbally, brought their personal guards and retainers and fled to the north in the middle of the night. After receiving the news, Yang Xianxia had no choice but to move his camp and follow them to the north. He also ordered his grandson, Yang Wenqi, to dispatch almost all the cavalry to escort them. Yang Xianxia could only hope that the main general of West Chu, who was in charge of the eastern battle, could not seize the opportunity to separate their infantry and cavalry. He did not even hesitate to have the vanguard pretend to be attacking Biao's army. However, in the early morning of the second day, his grandson, who was covered in blood, only brought back a few hundred southern Ji cavalry. The 3,000+ chief culprits, his grandfather's soldiers, were safe and sound. Yang Wenqi, who had a large piece of flesh cut off from his shoulder, wept silently. He said that the enemy's light cavalry were very good at night battles. They had split into several groups, and not only did they attack their hastily prepared southern Ji cavalry, they even purposely drove the 3,000 cavalry, who could not even be considered as useless, southward to disrupt their formation. Yang Wenqi's cavalry could only form a battalion of 300 men and sent them to their deaths in batches. Only then did they manage to protect the 2,800 men who deserved to die but could not die. After his grandson fainted, Yang Xianxia interrogated a few lieutenant commanders who were defeated and turned back. The old general was getting more and more terrified. According to them, not only were the enemy cavalry good at ambushing at night, they were also skilled in archery. They could even imitate the hunting tactics of Beimang barbarians in the outer perimeter. They did not get close to the enemy, nor did they stay far away. They always maintained a distance of 2 arrows, charging forward with 1 arrow, shooting out a rain of arrows, and then retreating. This kind of wandering tactic that lacked cohesion was not invulnerable. If his grandson, Yang Wenqi, had just left the 3,000 cavalrymen behind, he would not have had to pay such a huge and bloody price. After that, there were no more movements from Yang Xianxia's side. Only small groups of cavalrymen were wandering far away from the encirclement leisurely, shooting down the scouts who tried to send out military intelligence. Once Yang Xianxia showed any signs of movement, the enemy would quickly mobilize their cavalrymen and gather them at the green rice basin at the back. There were also 1,000 cavalrymen waiting in the distance, ready to charge forward. It was at that moment that Yang Xianxia finally realized that the enemy commander had never thought of competing with the southern Ji infantry. Instead, he had predicted the mentality of Yang Xianxia and the 3,000 cavalrymen with a special identity. First, he lured the Yang cavalry to attack, which would weaken their morale. Right from the beginning, he used the heavy cavalrymen to scare the wits of those profligate sons. He guessed that these bastards would disregard the overall situation and flee for their lives, and that the southern Ji cavalry would be forced to escort them. Then, he cut the flesh with a blunt knife and devoured the cavalrymen bit by bit. It could be said that Yang Xianxia had a whole new level of respect for the strength of the enemy. However, as a veteran of hundreds of battles, the old general had no fear in his heart. He had lost because Yang Xianxia had to take 2 risks in a row. The first time, he purposely gave them a military merit, and the second time, he wanted to save their lives. In the end, the price he had to pay was the death of the few thousand cavalrymen of southern Ji cavalry. After all, the old soldiers of southern Ji were brought up by Yang Xianxia himself. Even though they had suffered such a crushing defeat, the old soldiers of southern Ji were, after all, the soldiers under Yang Xianxia's tutelage. They didn't cry and wail. Instead, they quietly set up their tents in an orderly manner at a place where the river was dense and the water was abundant. They dug out 3 trenches, and behind the trenches was a 20 feet tall protective dam. Between the wide trenches, which were about the height of 2 men, they tried their best to cut off a large amount of tough tree trunks and branches, sharpened them and nailed them to the bottom. The tips of the trees, which had been roasted with fire, were arranged in a straight line, interweaving and connecting with each other. The soil inside and outside the trenches were all compacted. One after another, sturdy watchtowers rose from the ground, and tents were erected. The army of southern Ji had an ample amount of provisions, so they didn't have to rely heavily on the supply line behind them. Besides, the cavalrymen of Liang dynasty, especially at the end of spring and autumn, with the support of the unobstructed posthouse routes, the first class of elite soldiers could travel a distance of 100 miles in half a day. Also, when it was purely light cavalry, they could reach a speed that made people speechless. Lu Xingxiang's elite cavalrymen were said to be able to travel a distance of 300 miles in a day. It was even faster than Chu Lushan's 1,000 cavalrymen in the past. However, the latter was traveling on the Shu road after all. As for the posthouse cavalrymen, they were not included in the list. Regardless of how many posthouse stations were reduced in Liang dynasty due to the complaints of those civil officials who were desperately complaining about being poor, the posthouse routes in the southern region of Jingji were still unobstructed. This was the source of Yang Shenxing's confidence. All he had to do was to wait for the reinforcements. Before that, they would not be besieged to death, and there was no need for southern Ji army to act in desperation. However, Yang Shenxing was still exhausted, and his mind was even more haggard than when he was fighting on the battlefield. In order to appease those sons of wealthy families in the capital who were hiding and crying for their parents, the old general, who had already suffered a great loss in the war, did not even dare to speak harshly. He knew the reason why the assistant minister of war, Lu Xingxiang, had so little military power in his hands. It was because those old civil officials in the capital had been secretly hindering him. When an army was sent to war, it was not something that could be settled by just one general, or even one ministry of war. If the Ministry of Revenue wanted to delay the march, they could find dozens of excuses to delay the march, and no one could find a reason to refute them. The fathers of 1,000 sons of wealthy families in the capital had joined hands and created a mess in the imperial court of Liang dynasty, making it impossible for Lu Xingxiang to quickly control the entire army. However, after he learned about the battle in Qingyang Basin and learned that his sons and grandsons were trapped, he was able to help the fate of the 6 divisions become extremely smooth overnight. The reason why Yang Shenxing had brought along the cavalry army, which looked like a golden jade on the outside but was actually rotten on the inside, was because the old general knew better than anyone else that the imperial court of Liang dynasty was a needle hidden in silk floss. However, Yang Shenxing did not expect the enemy's main general to be so insidious and ruthless. As Yang Shenxing expected, in the imperial court of Taiyan City, although countless people were denouncing Yang Shenxing for his crimes, the minister of war, Liu Baijie, who had not been able to say anything during this period of time, suddenly seemed to be a man of his word. Those officials who had previously felt that Yang Shenxing's 40,000 and Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 and 70,000 men and horses were making a big fuss over a minor issue, and that it was equivalent to killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, changed their faces overnight. They all spoke in unison about the craftiness of the remnants of West Chu and that they were preparing to fight to the death with the imperial army on the front line north of Qiaohuai. They needed to send another veteran general with meritorious service to the battlefield. Lu Xingxiang. As the commander-in-chief, he had allowed Yang Shenxing's troops to be besieged. This was an extreme oversight. He was not punished only because it was not appropriate to change the commander-in-chief at the last minute. Liu Baijie's suggestion was drowned out by the ferocious discussion in the imperial court. Lu Xingxiang needed to atone for his crimes through meritorious service. Other than the title of commander-in-chief, in reality, he did not have many troops that could be used for meritorious service. The one who truly led the troops was still the veteran General Wu Jun, who used troops steadily. This time, he had mobilized the 30,000 elite soldiers of the Jingji Fifth Army. Furthermore, under a secret order from the Ministry of War, Yan Zhenchuan had marched down from the Dongyu Plains and finally stopped in the area of the scattered warehouses. Then, he would turn to the east and assume the position of a large army pressing down on the border from a commanding position. This was to support Wu Jun's 30,000 troops. When the time came, whether Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry would attack or defend would still depend on the orders from the Ministry of War. Chapter 1163. Outside Yulu Pass, Wuxia Xianxia was still oblivious to the mobilization of troops from Guangling Road in the south. However, the criticism from the capital in the north kept entering his tent, creating a bleak atmosphere of instability. The few officers and commandants who were originally diligent and courteous at Yulu Pass were nowhere to be seen these days. Wuxia Xianxia sat on the grass outside the camp. Beside him was Guo Dongfeng, who had been feeding the horses recently. Guo Dongfeng said angrily, "Does this Tang Shi sword immortal eat shit? He has already become the Minister of War, yet his words are worse than a fart." Wuxia Xianxia said calmly, "Liu Baijia still has some conscience. He even spoke a few words of justice for me and suggested that I lead the troops down south." Guo Dongfeng sneered, "Conscience? Then why didn't he put in a good word for that old fool Yang Shenxing?" The 6,000 cavalry that he had painstakingly accumulated for more than 10 years were sent to their deaths in less than 10 days because of those hedonistic sons of rich parents. In the end, he didn't even have a good ending. Wuxia Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Liu Baijia isn't stupid, and the people who curse in the imperial court aren't really stupid either. There are many things that you know are one thing, but when you say it out loud, it's another thing. As long as Liu Baijia wants to stabilize his position, he has no choice but to work hard without complaint, robbing Peter to pay Paul. If Gu Jiantang was in the Ministry of War, this would not be the case. Of course, if Great General Gu is in Great Peace City now, there will be no day for me, Wuxia Xianxia, to shine." Guo Dongfeng snorted coldly. West Chu's main general must have water in his head. He treated the front line of the Baiao army as a battlefield to compete in military strength. Did he really think that everything would be fine after eating Yang Shenxing's 40,000 southern Ji soldiers? Wuxia Xianxia glanced at Guo Dongfeng. "The civil officials in the imperial court are stupid, so are you?" Guo Dongfeng was stunned. He said with a shocked expression, "Did West Chu really plan to eat Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 cavalry from the beginning? Can they? Yan Zhenchuan is not Yang Shenxing. Are they not afraid of choking to death? Could it be that Chao Chongqing is going to personally take action?" Wuxia Xianxia looked into the distance and said with a cold smile, "You better open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I have a feeling that in this battle, a few young people will emerge from West Chu who will become your mortal enemies." Guo Dongfeng chuckled. "That's a good feeling." 30 li north of the scattered warehouse, Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 cavalry deliberately slowed down as they went south. The scouts reported that there was an enemy army 5 li away. All of them were light cavalry, no less than 20,000 cavalry. Vast plains, vast battlefields. The autumn wind whistled, and the banners fluttered. The usually stoic old General Yan raised his head to look at the bright red Yan character on the flag, then turned back to look at the fearless Yan family members. The old man said in a deep voice, "Pull out the flag." Old General Yan Zhenchuan, who was supposed to be in the rear, was going to lead the charge. Immediately, a few of his trusted generals came out to stop him. Yan Zhenchuan held up the long spear that had accompanied him for many years, shook his head, and said, "If we win, it will most likely be the last battle of our lives. We can't just stand here and watch. If we lose, it will be our last battle. How can we die on the run?" The moment Yan Zhenchuan said this, the generals were speechless. The army pressed forward, and the banners moved forward. The enemy's 20,000 light cavalry did the same. Yan Zhenchuan led 30,000 against the wind, while West Chu led 20,000 against the wind. There was no advantageous slope under the hooves of both sides, and there were no infantry formations. The territory here was vast enough for a sufficiently wide front line and cavalry to be deployed in batches. Thus, it could be said that the commanding talents of the cavalry commanders on both sides could be perfectly displayed, and the combat strength of the cavalry could be perfectly reflected. This was a perfect battlefield to see who was weak and who lost, and who retreated and who died. There was no chance of luck. Almost at the same time, two bugles suddenly sounded out, resonating with each other, majestic and sorrowful. Exactly the same, after the first row of cavalry from both sides charged out, the second row immediately launched a ferocious charge. The spacing between each row of warhorses was almost the same, so it did not affect the charging speed of the cavalry at the back. The horizontal front lines of both sides were about the same length, but because Yan Zhenxuan's cavalry had the advantage in numbers, they had more depth. A number of cavalry suddenly appeared in the distance between the two armies. The few of them did not affect the overall situation, and the men and horses did not wear armor. Among them was the young man who had followed Pei Sui to the peak of Luohu Hill, Xia Shibian. It was also this nameless West Chu commoner who had the guts to point out the situation in front of Chao Chongqing and Sun Shiji. Chao Chongqing laughed and called him half-Xia. This young man summarized the entire plan of West Chu's revival into getting beaten up and beating people up. In reality, the entire northern front matter was decided by Xia Shibian. From the Yuao army taking over the town at the last moment, to the bait and night attack, to the encirclement and not attacking, to the Liang imperial court to lead Yan Zhenxuan's cavalry to scatter. Until now, he was watching from afar. It was all because of this person's strategy. A middle-aged man who was a head taller than Xia Shibian on horseback asked in a deep voice, "General Xia, do we really not need to immediately use the 3,000 heavy cavalry hidden behind? Do we really not need to give the order for them to wear armor and mount? Yan Zhenxuan's 30,000 cavalry are not soft persimmons." Xia Shibian pursed his lips and shook his head. There is no meaning in using the heavy cavalry too quickly or too slowly. Xia Shibian spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said slowly, "Moreover, the death of 2 light cavalry soldiers is still worth it compared to the death of 1 heavy cavalry soldier. It can even be said that unless the 3,000 heavy cavalry is used to win, if they know that the heavy cavalry cannot change the situation, then the 20,000 light cavalry can be used to scatter the spirit of Yan Zhenxuan's cavalry, and this battle can be considered over. Otherwise, I would rather not have a single light cavalry left and retreat with the heavy cavalry to deal with the next cavalry battle." The man glanced at this young commander, who was definitely not famous in the Liang court, and laughed. This person was born in the place where the founding emperor of the Dechu dynasty rose. That place once had the reputation of, for marquises in 10 li. After Taizu of Dechu became emperor, there were more than 160 generals and marquises. That place had as many as 46 of them. There was the custom of every family sewing cloth to make a marquis tiger for their newborns. It was the beautiful hope of the old saying, although a tiger cub has not formed a pattern, it has the aura of a bull. However, this young man named Xia Shibian was definitely not one of those descendants of generals and marquises with illustrious military achievements. However, this did not matter, because he was Chao Chongqing's only disciple. Xia Shibian coldly watched the situation of the battle from the side. An hour later, 2 hours later, the muscular man and several other men at his side were all covered in sweat. Xia Shibian raised his butt and craned his neck to take a few glances. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. He was still waiting. The men who had participated in the spring and autumn war all began to have anxious expressions. On the battlefield, their side had lost 5,000 cavalry, and Yan Zhenxuan had also lost more than 6,000. This was a battlefield where no one had retreated, and neither side had been defeated. Compared to the total number, such a large number of deaths, and the fact that they were still fighting to the death, was simply shocking. This was because in battles where cavalry were in a stalemate, the true casualties would often occur when one side was defeated and retreated. At that time, the number of casualties would truly increase. The brawny man who was drenched in sweat pulled at his collar and punched the horses back heavily. Xia Shibian was still expressionless. The muscular man glanced at the sky and softly said, "General Xia, if you trade life for life, we will lose." Xia Shibian grunted softly, still unmoved. Another man said angrily, "I will mobilize the cavalry to rush to the front." "I am not as cold-hearted as you, Xia Shibian." Xia Shibian acknowledged and said calmly, "Wei Hong, if you dare to go, I will dare to kill you." The man gritted his teeth and said, "With your mediocre skills?" Not far away, a handsome young man with 4 long swords on his back hesitated for a while and said coldly, "I, Lu Sichu, can kill you." The man roared, "Lu Sichu, don't think that I am afraid of you just because your grandfather is Lu Dantian." Xia Shibian said indifferently, "I have said it before. Either Yan Zhenshuan dies in battle, or the Yan family's cavalry is mostly exhausted. Only then will it be time for us to fight. You can ignore the fact that Lu Dantian is the #1 swordsman in Dechu, but since you are a soldier of my army, you have to listen to military orders. If you want to die, I will not stop you. But please, Wei Hong, die on the battlefield in the future, under the hooves of the Li Yang cavalry." The ferocious-looking man rubbed his face and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "If we lose this battle, I will beat you to death with my own hands even if I have to disobey orders." After an hour that felt extremely long, Xia Shibian said in a deep voice, "Lu Tsong, Wei Hong, listen to orders." Wei Hong cursed and turned his horse around like a madman. "Listen to your mother's orders. I will go kill the enemy now. If we win, you can beat me to death later." The muscular man called Lu Tsong cupped his fists and left. Xia Shibian said word by word, "Remember, do not leave a single prisoner alive." Chapter 1164. Bailu was the 15th day of the 24 solar terms. At night, dew would appear on the vegetation and wild geese would fly south to avoid the cold. In Wuxia's county of Ningzhou, there were 2 county officers. At the end of last winter, Song Kelly, a foreigner, came here to take up the post. He was very effective in suppressing bandits and destroyed more than 10 horse gang nests. Horses in Ningzhou were frightened by his name. However, at the beginning of summer, Junior Commandant Song was removed from his position without warning by the Ningzhou provincial governor's office. He had been idle at home for several months now. When it rains, it pours. A marriage that had almost been settled was also cancelled. The woman was a pretty girl from a small family in Wuxia's county. She was not from an official family or a scholarly family. Compared to the young Commandant Song who had a bright future, she was of a higher social class. Compared to the young Commandant Song who had a bright future, she was naturally wronged. The change in the marriage didn't cause too much of a stir in Wuxia County. After all, Ningzhou was in the south of the capital. Everyone in the county was focused on West Chu's revival on the Guangling Road. Who would care about the daily necessities of a poor scholar? Those who had a good relationship with their neighbors would call him Junior Commandant Song when they met. Most people did not like to pay attention to this official who had no backing. However, at dusk during Bailu, an old Confucian scholar with white hair entered the county. He did not ask for directions and went straight to Song Kelly's private residence which had already been moved out of the county office. There was a small carriage parked outside the door so that people would not feel that the house was deserted. The old Confucian scholar looked at the delicate face in the corner of the curtain. The woman was surprised to see a guest in the house. She slowly lowered the curtain and the carriage slowly drove out of the alley. The old Confucian scholar directly pushed the door and entered. Song Kelly was in the yard reading an imperial court bulletin which he had asked for through his connections. When he saw the ordinary-looking Confucian scholar, he was pleasantly surprised. He put the bulletin on the stone table and hurriedly stood up. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yuan." The visitor was the reclusive old Hanlin Yuan Pu from the Hanlin Academy. It was this Hanlin elder who had spoken with him that was better than 10 years of reading books. Song Kelly had to think about the words that Mr. Yuan had written on the rice paper almost every day. There are 3 things a scholar does not care about. He does not care about his family's cultivation, he does not care about his family when governing the country, he does not care about governing the country when governing the country. The rise of the country cannot be separated from the contribution of accumulation. Back then, the entire Great Peace City looked at the Song family as a joke. The two masters of the Song family who dominated the literary world were angered to death in bed and his reputation was ruined. His father was exiled from the capital and could not be an official for the rest of his life. As for him, the young phoenix of the Song family, he was exiled to Wuxia's county of Ning province, a place with barren hills and treacherous waters. This was not a tragedy. After he had made some achievements on behalf of the people, first the high officials in the county government, then the Ning provincial governor's mansion, had all tried to suppress him. However, Song Kelly did not feel depressed about this. What really made Song Kelly feel confused was that the people who had received many favors from him in just half a year were now rolling their eyes and mocking him along with their colleagues in the county government. But Song Kelly did not want to complain to anyone except for Yuan Pu from the Yuan Huang sect. Because Song Kelly had a stomach full of inappropriate things, he wanted to consult this teacher who he had not been able to do well in the Hanlin Academy. After teacher Yuan sat down, Song Kelly asked respectfully, "Teacher, why have you come to Wuxia's county?" Yuan Pu, who liked to write more than talk, picked up the court bulletin. Probably because he had read too much and his eyes were not good, he raised it higher and browsed through it carefully. After putting it down gently, he spoke vaguely, "I have not left Great Peace City for too many years, so I wanted to go out and take a look." Speaking of this, the old teacher said with some emotion, "After Wang Xianji left Martial Emperor City, an old friend of Great Peace City also left." Yuan Pu looked at Song Kelly and said straightforwardly, "There's a reason why the horse problem in Ningzhou can't be cured. It's just a chess piece on the chessboard. It's neither big nor small. But if you, an outsider, want to move the chess piece, the old chess players will kill you." Song Kelly nodded and said with relief, "As I expected, the horse gangs that have been swarming in Ning province these years are Chao Chongqing's pawns." Yuan Pu said indifferently, "Chao Chongqing has not been idle in the past 20 years. There is also a West Chu spy who became the third in command of Jianghu. It was this person who proposed to plant spies in the army of Guangling province 17 years ago. In the early spring of the first year of the auspicious talisman, those spies who had been lurking for many years and had become lieutenants, to be exact, 367 of them, half died suddenly and the other half became the core of the West Chu rebel army. This move was completely unexpected by the Ministry of War who had been plotting with Zhao Go for more than 10 years. The Minister of War, Liu Baijia, has a lot to do with this. Otherwise, how do you think West Chu has so many elites who can fight to the death on the battlefield?" Song Kelly was stunned. Yuan Pu wiped his 2 fingers across the stone table and said hoarsely, "There are big and small schemes. To put it in a big way, it is to remove the vassals, to gather the power of the country, to promote the imperial examination, to restrain the military. In the end, it is to swallow Beimang and unify the world. It is to complete the feat that the Qin dynasty has not accomplished in 800 years. To put it in a small way, it is to become someone's eternal emperor." Yuan Pu's finger moved vertically. "To put it in a small way, it is to force the king of Beiliang to use all his assets to contain Beimang. It is to limit Gu Jiantang to the northern front. This is an overt scheme. To use West Chu as bait to waste the power and ambition of the vassals, including the king of Guangling, to weaken the local military power of Gu Lu. It is also to use this to bait the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, who has the geographical advantage. This is a scheme. 2 generations of northern Liang princes. What's frightening about them is that they have 300,000 strong soldiers. What's respectable is that the father and son have power in their hands, but they won't rebel. What's pitiful is that regardless of whether you're northern Liang rebels or not, the imperial court of Liang wants your Su family to go bankrupt." Yuan Pu spread out his palms and wiped them on the table. "Life is helpless. Just like Su Shao trying every means to kill me, but even if he has an army of 300,000 and groups of death warriors going to the capital, he still can't kill me. It is like Chao Chongqing, who is talented but unlucky to be born in West Chu. It is like Zhang Jiulu, who works hard for the good of the world but has to face a situation where his family has the world. It is like Su Fengnian, who defeated Wang Xianji but has to face the million cavalry of Bei Meng. Their helplessness, compared to you, Song Kelly, is it greater or lesser? Song Kelly was dumbfounded. Mr. Yuan? Yuan Pu smiled. Song Kelly suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. He said anxiously, Song Kelly greets Mr. Yuan. This bow was to the imperial tutor of Great Peace City, half-inch tongue, Yuan Benshi. Yuan Benshi ignored Song Kelly's seriousness and said calmly, I shouldn't have met you so early, but I have spent my whole life in that city. In the early spring and autumn period, I was just a nobody. That Sun Ping's name is more useful than my saliva. At the end of spring and autumn, there is nothing for me to do. Now that the chess pieces have taken root, according to Huang Longshi's opinion, the interesting thing about farming is not to wait at home for a good harvest, but to see the gold in the fields with one's own eyes. Moreover, it's not appropriate for you to continue staying in Wuxia County. Why don't you come with me to watch the scene of war and war? Otherwise, we scholars will only talk about the hardships of the people, but in the end, we don't even understand the suffering of the common people. That would be too ridiculous. Song Kelly's eyes sparkled. He said joyfully, I am willing to be Mr. Yuan's lackey. Yuan Benshi nodded and asked, I saw the woman in the alley just now. How do you think she compares to the princess who secretly left the capital just to see you? Song Kelly was speechless and did not know how to answer. One was a beautiful princess, the other was a pretty girl from a humble family. How could they be compared? Yuan Benshi's eyes drifted. He sighed and said, when it comes to relationships between men and women, some people are good people and treat you well. This is a blessing, but it does not mean that they really like you. Some people have bad personalities, but are willing to change a lot for you, but they really like you. The woman surnamed Zhao is willing to risk leaving the capital to find you, but she will not abandon her family. When it is time to choose one of the two, she will leave you. But the woman surnamed Lu in the alley is gentle, but she will most likely do anything for you and will follow you to the end. People in the world always think that people with status will be grateful if they do something for them, but they are not deeply moved by the care of their parents, the help of their poor friends, or the help of their wives. Song Kelly said bitterly, thank you for your advice. Yuan Benshi suddenly sat back on the stone bench. Talking is more tiring than doing things. Bring me wine. Song Kelly quickly ran into the house to find wine. Yuan Benshi said to himself, if it were not for Bei Meng, with 300,000 Bailiang, what would West Chu do? What would Zhao Bing and Zhao Yi and the other princes do? Yuan Benshi said self-deprecatingly, I am also helpless. Chapter 1165. A carriage leisurely drove towards the granary. The coachman was Song Kelly's delicate servant. Yuan Benshi, who sat in the carriage, kept the curtain drawn and looked at the formation of geese in the sky, lost in thought. The bird that sticks out takes the brunt of the wind. But no matter if it was a family, a clan, or a country, there would definitely be someone who would stand out. After Song Kelly left Wuxia County, there were no more imperial court bulletins to read. However, Mr. Yuan would talk to him every once in a while, intentionally or unintentionally, revealing the secrets of heaven. Song Kelly believed him without a doubt. The Battle of the Scattered Cavalry was the first great defeat the emperor had suffered in the territory south of Great Peace City after he ascended the throne. During the Yonghui era, they had gone to Nanzhao twice. Although they had returned without any achievements, they had won and lost several large and small battles. In the battle of the first year of Jianghu, the great general Yan Zhenchuan had died in battle and 30,000 elite cavalry had been completely annihilated. There was no way to cover this up anymore. The Liyang court was terrified. If it was said that Yang Xianxia being trapped could be understood as underestimating the enemy, then the Yan family's cavalry and the West Chu rebel army had met force without any tricks. The result was a crushing defeat, forcing the court officials to re-evaluate West Chu's strength. Song Kelly, who wholeheartedly served his country, was even more worried. It was only when Mr. Yuan spoke to him openly that this young phoenix of the Song family truly understood the treacherous nature of the imperial court. Did you see something? Yang Xianxia's 40,000 southern Ji soldiers, the 5,000 to 6,000 newly created cavalrymen, and Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 elite cavalrymen guarding the capital are all someone's army? Song Kelly exclaimed, but isn't the price a little too high? Yuan Benshi smiled faintly. On the court side, it's mainly the Ministry of War and the study where the daily manager works. These places don't think that Yang Xianxia and Yan Zhenchuan, the two veteran generals with meritorious service, will be defeated. They should have lost after the backbone of West Chu, Chao Chongqing, showed up. However, since the capital's military seems to have suffered a heavy blow, then what reason does Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi, have to not make any moves? Song Kelly sighed, first restraining the military, then removing the vassal state is a matter of course. This is an open conspiracy. Yuan Benshi did not comment. He hesitated and said self-mockingly, I've read some military books, but I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with military affairs. Therefore, I've always tried my best not to interfere in the layout of war. Of course. It's important to know one's own strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Many times, as long as you don't make mistakes, opportunities will come. Yang Xianxia had lost because of the imperial court. Otherwise, with Zhu Zhao's frontline military strength, both sides were evenly matched. If Yang Xianxia was allowed to fight steadily, he would still be able to gain an advantage. However, Yang Xianxia had been fighting wars for most of her life. When she got older, she no longer thought of herself as a feudal official. Instead, she thought of herself as a courtier. In the end, it was reasonable that she lost outside of the battlefield. Song Kelly, you must learn from this. Song Kelly nodded vigorously. Yuan Benshi continued, Yan Zhenchuan was implicated by Yang Xianxia and had no choice but to retreat to the south. West Chu's cavalry waited for him to exhaust himself. Then, unexpectedly, 3,000 heavy cavalry appeared at the crucial moment to disrupt the situation. The more Yan Zhenchuan managed his army and the more his soldiers fought to the end, the more they fell into West Chu's trap. With Yan Zhenchuan's experience, he would have guessed that West Chu's 20,000 light cavalry had an ambush behind them. He just didn't expect that the 20,000 cavalry would be defeated by the 30,000 cavalry. The imperial court made one wrong step after another, while West Chu took one step after another. It seemed like West Chu had a successor. The Ministry of War had a record of several youths and 4 of them were the best. 2 of the 4 had appeared. The Pei clan's Pei Sui was in charge of government affairs. This person was young and old, with a profound family background, but he was lacking in spirit. Su Yunxia, who led 20,000 light cavalry to fight to the death with Yan Zhenchuan, was full of spirit. However, he couldn't grasp the timing of the heavy cavalry's attack. It seems that the northern front is the work of Ko Jianghu or Xia Shibian. Song Kelly said slowly, I've heard of Ko Jianghu. His ancestors were all generals of West Chu. He studied military strategy and was a brilliant figure in Shangyin Academy in his early years. He became teacher Ji Shang before he was 20 years old. He was also brave enough to break through enemy lines. He's a rare talent in both the pen and the sword. As for who Xia Shibian is, I've never heard of him. Teacher Yuan, is West Chu's Northern Front plan really not the Confucian sage Chao Chongqing's plan? Yuan Benshi shook his head. Without these outstanding young people, how would Chao Chongqing dare to revive his country? Yuan Benshi suddenly laughed. It was the kind of laughter that wouldn't stop. Song Kelly was stunned. His impression of teacher Yuan was that he was calm in the face of change. He had great wisdom, but he was shrewd and rarely revealed his true feelings. After laughing heartily, Yuan Benshi took a sip of wine and said, "I've been cooped up in the Hanlin Academy all my life. I've heard a lot of famous scholars talk and talk. Although I'm pedantic, I'm still one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. There's no lack of merit. I've either dealt with a group of people who can't see the light of day, or I've dealt with a group of people behind the scenes. These people are even more knowledgeable. Each of them has their own outstanding talents. Some of them are flawless in small details. Some of them have great foresight. When I left the capital this time, I stayed in those inns and towns and listened to the boasting of poor scholars and country bumpkins. Only then did I realize that there's a different flavor to it." Chapter 1166. Song Kelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't dare to comment. During this trip to the south, he had heard many ridiculous comments from frogs at the bottom of the well. Song Kelly often heard them in one ear and out the other, but Mr. Yuan enjoyed them every time. He drank and ate more and more happily. For example, there were some rough people in the marketplace who said that Chao Chongqing from West Chu was too stupid. Why didn't he hide in the capital and assassinate the emperor? He had already assassinated the emperor 3 times, so what if he did it a few more times? It was better than doing nothing on the Guangling road. There were also people who had more practical opinions. They said that if he was Chao Chongqing, he would lead the Jianghu masters to the north and kill a few thousand people each time, once every few days, all the way to the foot of Tai and city without losing a single soldier from West Chu. It wasn't that there weren't any unique opinions. They raised objections. If that was the case, why didn't the imperial court spend a lot of money to hire martial arts experts to go to Beimang? Why did we still need General Gu Jintang's border army? Why did we need the Bailiang cavalry? It was clear that there were rules in the world that the common people didn't understand. However, when these people were asked the root of the matter, they couldn't give an answer. In the marketplace, as West Chu rose up and raised the flag with the word Jiang, the situation of King Liang's army winning the battle did not appear. The battle was at a stalemate and was very lively. There were many people who were angry and expressed their opinions. Yuan Benshi laughed softly and asked, "Do you think that the common people who are far away from the center of power are crude and short-sighted?" Song Kelly didn't hide his thoughts and nodded, "I do think so." Yuan Benshi shook his head and said, "It's not that I haven't thought about reorganizing the forces in Jianghu. However, when the late emperor ordered Su Shao to enter Jianghu, it made a bad start. Later, although the imperial court left many positions among the imperial golden saber guards for the common people in Jianghu, and the Ministry of Justice and the Zhaogo Bureau gave out a lot of protective talismans and a considerable number of copper-embroidered carp bags, they paled in comparison to the Empress of Beimang. Although it was wishful thinking for the prideful top-notch martial artists to work together to assassinate someone at the cost of their lives, it was not difficult to reduce the number of casualties in a battle. But there were 2 things that caused me to completely give up on the idea. One was the orthodoxy of the literary vein in the emperor's heart, the obstruction of the eunuch Han Shengxian, and teacher Lu's attitude that he was the only one in Great Peace City. The second thing is that Su Shao collected all the secret manuals in the world and put them in storage. He also set the rule of Jianghu. From then on, the court and Jianghu did not interfere with each other's business. He was unable to create the scene of Beimang merging with the great river. Yuan Benshi sighed and shook the flagon. He looked at the young Song Kelly and said in a deep voice, "Smart people don't need to use complicated means to achieve great things. They are often very simple. But there is one thing that cannot be wrong. That is, what you see in the distance and the path you take must be right." What was truly difficult was that it was easy to know but difficult to do. Your ancestors and fathers' generation had joined hands to dominate the literary world and suppress others. They might not have known that their actions were hindering the atmosphere of the scholarly circle. Why? Because they could not let go of their family's honor. The current emperor did not adopt Li Xiaoxin's new calendar. It might not be that he did not care about the people. Why? Because he could not let go of his family's prosperity. Chao Zhangqing's outstanding character, even I, Yuan Benshi, admire him. This high-ranking official has entered the imperial palace several times. As long as his killing intent is not heavy, that old friend and I not only did not stop him, but also turned a blind eye twice. Why? Chao Chongqing could not let go of one person. That old friend and I could not bear to let go of our scholarly prowess. It was scattered by the wind and rain early on. Yuan Benshi said emotionally, when a person is stubborn, they become foolish and true. The good and the bad cannot be described in a few words. Song Kelly was about to continue asking for advice when Yuan Benshi had no intention of speaking. He muttered to himself, the Jianghu has mostly been decided by people. The court will also have an end in this dynasty. In the future, I, Yuan Benshi, and strategists like Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi will become extinct. As for the imperial tutor, that is even more of an extravagant hope. The following journey to the south was uneventful. General Yan Zhenchuan and his 30,000 yen family cavalry were history. The imperial court was still deploying troops and generals. There would be no war in a short period of time. Moreover, the horse thieves had disappeared overnight. The carriage traveled without any danger. It even arrived at the battlefield where the granaries were scattered. Yuan Benshi walked out of the carriage. He did not immediately go to the battlefield where the 50,000 cavalry had been deployed. Instead, he went to the place where the West Chu heavy cavalry had stopped. Liang only had Beiliang, Jizhou, and the two Liao provinces. West Chu's warhorses were naturally inferior to those of these three places. Moreover, when the heavy cavalry rushed to the battlefield, it was impossible for them to gallop with the momentum of a rainbow. Instead, they needed a large number of mules and horses and many auxiliary soldiers. Before the heavy cavalry entered the battlefield, the riders did not wear armor or mount their horses. They only chose to hide in a place not far from the battlefield and quietly wait for an opportunity. Once the heavy armored cavalry completed their charge, the huge impact they would create would be unparalleled. It could be said that the heavy cavalry was like a woman that every cavalry commander wanted to keep in a golden house. They were the most terrifying love rivals that the enemy commander did not want to meet. Yuan Benshi followed the marching route of the heavy cavalry and slowly walked until he reached the final battlefield. Yuan Benshi squatted down and closed his eyes. It was as if he could see the tragic scenes of the battle between the cavalry and the soldiers. At the end of the light cavalry battle, the West Chu heavy cavalry charged out. Yan Zhenchuan, who had changed his warhorse several times, was covered in blood. He was not afraid of death. He led the few remaining personal guards who had been protecting him and took the lead to meet the heavy cavalry. Those who had horses continued to fight on horseback and made one last charge. The Yan family cavalry, who no longer had any warhorses to ride, stepped into formation and met the unstoppable flood of armored soldiers. After the situation was settled, the exhausted West Chu cavalry continued to chase with gritted teeth. Yan Zhenchuan was the first to die in battle. He did not even leave a complete corpse. His generals died soon after. Many of the Yan family cavalry who could no longer fight stared blankly at the spears on the backs of the enemy's horses or at the blades of the West Chu foot soldiers. Many blood-soaked flags fell on the battlefield. Some of the cavalry tried their best to grab a corner of the flag before they died. After the battle, the young commander of West Chu, who did not personally enter the battlefield, methodically ordered his auxiliary generals to deal with the funeral arrangements. The young man did not have the joy of becoming famous in one battle. He sat alone on the ground and looked around. He quietly lowered his head and raised his arm to wipe his tears. It was not only for the men of West Chu, but also for the Yan family cavalry of the enemy camp. Chapter 1167. Wudong's 81 mountain peaks were a spectacular sight, but not every peak had a Daoist temple, and not every mountain had a Daoist cultivator. Among them, the small pillar peak in the north had relied on the east wind of the northern Liang king's large-scale construction to build a new Daoist temple. The master of the temple was the old Daoist Song Zhiming's youngest disciple, Han Gui. This young Daoist cultivates his heart, not his strength. Even the old sect leader Wang Zhongluo once said, "This child is upright and sincere, the further he goes in the future, the further he will go." However, even though Wudang's mountain style was simple and honest, Han Gui was neither proficient in alchemy nor talismans. Even his divination skills were sparse, so Song Zhiming never allowed this disciple in closed-door training to open the peak. Of course, with the incense offerings of Wudang Mountain in the past, even if they wanted to, they were powerless. After Wang Zhongluo passed away, the sect leader was changed from Hong Shixiang to Li Yufu, but Han Gui still cultivated in a tepid manner. Green Mountain Taoist Temple was newly completed. After the initial celebration from the various Taoist temples, Han Gui was not a person who was good at extravagance. The remote little pillar peak soon quieted down, and the number of pilgrims at Green Mountain Taoist Temple could be counted on one's fingers. However, there was a child who often came to Green Mountain Temple to play and became familiar with the boy who swept the path. Later, the child brought a young man to offer incense, who was said to be his master. The temple master, Han Gui, climbed the mountain at a young age and concentrated on studying the classics. He had always lived in seclusion and did not pay attention to worldly affairs. He also did not recognize the pilgrim who could not be considered extravagant. The third time the pilgrim entered the mountain to offer incense, Han Gui still did not recognize him. Instead, it was the disciple sweeping the floor who remembered the person's face and secretly reminded him in a low voice. Han Gui then hurriedly stepped over the threshold and called out to the handsome young master, saying that the Taoist temple was simple and crude, and that there was only crude tea to welcome guests. The handsome and resolute pilgrim did not refuse and agreed with a smile. Han Gui made good tea. The tea was wild tea from the mountain, but Han Gui's tea was not like those of the famous Jiangnan scholars who did not pay attention to the water used to make the tea. The two drank. The pilgrim who called himself Liangzhou Suqi did not say much, only praising the tea's profound taste. Han Gui did not know how to exchange pleasantries and could only laugh it off. While they were drinking tea, the child who came to Shaozhou Peak to play from time to time and Han Gui's disciple, Xianxia, sat on the stone steps outside the main hall and chatted. Although Xianxia was young and had endless homework and work to do every day, his seniority in the Wudang Peaks was not low. The old chief Wang Zhongluo and the others had the highest seniority on the mountain, but with the passing of the oldest Song Zhiming, only Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui were left. Next was the new chief Li Yufu's generation. Because the previous generation took in very few disciples, Han Gui, as one of Song Zhiming's 6 disciples, had the same seniority as Li Yufu. Next was the Qing generation. There were about 40 people on Wudang Mountain. Although there were signs that the number was gradually increasing, if the little Taoist child Xianxia went to places like Lotus Peak and Jade Pearl Peak where incense burned, many middle-aged Taoist priests might even call him martial uncle. The little Taoist child Xianxia wore a Dongxian scarf commonly seen in martial arts. There was an inch of cotton folded on top of the scarf, and auspicious clouds were drawn on the surface of the scarf. It hung down like a bamboo slip, inspired by the immortal Lu Zhu. At this moment, the little Taoist child was talking to his new peers about the art of nourishing one's health, which he did not fully understand. Today is the autumn equinox. My sect's ancient book, True Theory of Heavenly Essence Nourishment, has recorded that the thunder has stopped and the yin qi has gradually increased. My generation should lie down early and rise early. Moreover, my master said that the hot and dry autumn is also divided into warm and dry, cool and dry. We should climb high and look into the distance, diligently breathing in and out, knocking our teeth and swallowing. The art of nourishing one's health, in general, is the word restraint. Listening to the little Taoist child's genteel words, the other child babbled indifferently. However, he asked curiously, since there will be less thunder in the future, will there be more demons and ghosts? Then won't you Daoists be busy going down the mountain to get rid of demons and ghosts? Xianxia rolled his eyes. A chicken talking to a duck, he was a bit angry. The child who knew he had made a mistake scratched his head, not knowing what to do. In the end, Xianxia didn't bicker with this guy. Suddenly, he had a gluttonous look on his face. He even wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "De Long, let me tell you. There's a large persimmon forest on Little Lotus Peak. It's going to be completely red soon and very delicious. I've already discussed it with a few senior martial brothers and martial nephews on the other peaks. When are we going to pick persimmons? Do you want to go? If you want to go, I'll count you in." De Long said in surprise, "Little Lotus Peak? Isn't that the place where your previous sect master, Immortal Hong, cultivated alone? You also dare to go steal persimmons?" Xianxia shrunk his neck and carefully glanced at his master. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Before young Martial Granduncle ascended, it wasn't a problem for us to pick persimmons. Young Martial Granduncle would even personally help us pick persimmons. Alas, it's a pity that after young Martial Granduncle ascended, Martial Granduncle Chen, who was in charge of discipline, didn't let people go there. Some time ago, for some reason, he even issued a ban on the mountain. However, the persimmons there are really very sweet and very delicious." At this point, the little Daoist's eyes suddenly turned red. He hurriedly raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes. De Long laughed mischievously and said, "You want to eat persimmons and you want to cry? Can't you be a bit more mature? It's fine, I'll hurry and pick them for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll have enough." The little Daoist glared at him. "I just miss our young Martial Granduncle." On this side, there were persimmons and young Martial Granduncle. On the other side, Han Gui naturally knew what was going on. He sighed and was somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered when he chanced upon young Martial Uncle who rode and herded cows. Every time he saw juniors like them, if it was this season, he would always find a way to take out a few bright red persimmons from his sleeve. Before handing them over, he wouldn't forget to gently wipe them with his sleeve. Su Qi, or rather Su Fengnian, said softly, "Daoist Han, I know a little about geomancy. I also know that Little Pillar Peak's mountain terrain and water veins are dense. It's also one of the few blessed paradises in Wudong Mountain. Forgive me for asking, but why is there so little incense even though Green Mountain Monastery has been built?" Although Han Gui was not well versed in the ways of the world, his Dao heart was clear. He immediately understood the meaning behind this person's words. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, Little Pillar Peak's geomancy is indeed very good. It should have been handed over to an extremely talented eldest disciple of the Qing generation to establish a sect. However, young Martial Uncle probably joked with me back then, saying that Little Pillar Peak's osmanthus flowers were especially fragrant and topped all the other peaks. Since I have the word osmanthus in my name, I should have it in my life. To be honest, without mentioning anything else, just the statues and tables in Green Mountain Monastery are all cast in copper and distilled in gold. It's not cheap. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by young Master Su, but I'm really afraid that the thief will remember it. When the time comes, I won't be able to stop him even if I try my best. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, studying anywhere is still studying and cultivating. After all, in one's life, one can only eat a few bowls of rice, wear a set of clothes, and sleep on a bed." Su Fengnian joked, "Daoist Han, as a cultivator, why would you care about those yellow and white things? Shouldn't it be that as long as it's a worldly possession, you shouldn't care about anything?" Han Gui laughed heartily and waved his hand, "Wrong, wrong. Immortals are still half human. As for Zhenren, the emphasis is on the word Zhenren." Su Fengnian seemed to be unhappy. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Forgive my ignorance, I don't understand the meaning of this. I hope Daoist Han can enlighten me." Chapter 1168. Han Gui didn't care about young Master Su's gloomy expression. She smiled and said slowly, "Sleep, eat 3 meals with your eyes open, work hard and take care of your family. These are all a person's duties. They can't be ignored just because one's status is high." Although Daoists are people who leave the secular world, the road to immortality has a bleak future. When we cultivate, it's said to be the great way of immortality. Actually, in my eyes, we are cultivating a principle. For example, if a person is at home and looks after the things in the house, they won't be lost or damaged. If you're lodging, you should protect the things in the courtyard from being stolen or robbed. I am a passerby of this Green Mountain Monastery and a lodging person in the secular world. If I can turn stone into gold, I won't feel heartache if I can compensate for the loss of the gilded statue. But I only know how to cultivate, I don't know how to make money. Since I can't compensate, I have to feel heartache. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Daoist priest's principle is very vulgar, but it's not bad." Han Gui smiled and said casually, "I have a vulgar idea. I want to become an immortal." Su Fengnian rubbed the edge of the porcelain cup with 2 fingers and said softly, "I've met a few people who can live forever but don't want to." Han Gui didn't think that this young master was exaggerating. She sighed sincerely and said, "It's a pity that I haven't left the mountain since I came up. I can't learn from my 2 martial uncles. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely go down the mountain to take a look." Su Fengnian smiled and drank a big mouthful of tea, sweeping away the depression in his heart. He then asked Han Gui for a lot of knowledge about cultivation and health. The latter answered fluently and said everything she knew. She didn't hide anything. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The 2 children on the steps had already changed from sitting to squatting, then to standing, and then from standing to lying down. It couldn't be helped that their respective masters were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't show any signs of stopping for a while. They were truly bored to death. Udilong and Xianxia both began to doze off. Udilong felt that waiting was not a solution, so he could only use a few dishes that he had tasted at the Qingliang Mountain Wang Fu to help the little Daoist relieve his tiredness. Some green radish and orange duck soup, some peach blossom braised mandarin fish. Xianxia didn't know what they tasted like, but just hearing them made her salivate. Su Fengnian glanced at the twilight in the courtyard and stood up apologetically. "Sorry for disturbing you today and delaying your cultivation." Han Gui stood up and shook his head with a smile. "It's all right. Young Master Su, you can come to Green Mountain Monastery more often when you're free, especially when the winter bamboo shoots are out." Su Fengnian's reply was a bit of a killjoy. "I most likely won't have a chance to come here in the short term." Han Gui was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Su Fengnian smiled. "My family's collection of books is quite abundant. Later I'll have someone send some books to Green Mountain Monastery. Just treat it as borrowing them for Daoist." Han Gui made a sound of agreement. Udilong saw that his master was finally going to return home. He jumped up and said with a smile, "Let's go. Xianxia, I'll come and play with you later." The little Daoist hurriedly stood up and jogged down the steps. Together with his master, he saw young Master Su out of the monastery. Watching the 2 figures, one big and one small, gradually disappear into the distance, the little Daoist's face was full of reluctance. "Master, what were you talking about with that young master?" Young Master Su consulted Master about a scattered ancient text. It was broad and profound. Rather than saying that Master was dispelling his doubts, it would be better to say that young Master Su was teaching. It was like a Daoyin technique. Alas, if one really wanted to study it thoroughly, it would take at least 10 years, and at most a lifetime. It looks like there's no need to rush down the mountain. It's so hard to learn. "Master, then don't learn it. There are so many books in the world, how can one understand all of them? This one is not the same." "Master, then please don't teach me this one. If you have to read it for 10 years, then I won't be able to leave Mount Wudong for 100 years. I won't do it. After all, you just don't want to cook, right? Ha, ha. Forget it. Today Master will do it personally, so that you don't know how to sprinkle salt. Oh right, remember that a cultivator can't be idle all day long and be an empty shell. Go, while Master is cooking, copy the 9 Notes of Obedience to Life twice. Su Fengnian and Udilong walked down the small pillar peak along the newly opened stone path. Udilong couldn't help but ask, Master, do you really think there are ghosts and gods in this world? Su Fengnian casually said, if you believe it, then there are. If you don't, then there are none. The child made an "oh" sound. Looking at the dark mountain forest, he was somewhat uneasy. After being interrupted, Su Fengnian, who was originally thinking about something, glanced at the child who was following closely behind him. This eldest disciple's talent in martial arts was really amazing. Although Udilong, whether it was out of his own heart or because of the poor environment he grew up in, had an almost flawless ability to hide his inadequacies from everyone, Udilong's talent in martial arts was really amazing. Su Fengnian had once inadvertently confirmed one thing. As long as this child walked through any complex structure once, he would be able to outline a 3-dimensional picture for you. This kind of talent was even rarer and more precious than a simple retentive memory. The so-called martial arts genius was just like this. Su Fengnian had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He realized that this disciple of his was a little warm-hearted and cold. Although he was very familiar with the little Daoist Xianxia, in Udilong's heart, he had already drawn a clear line. He could not cross the line, he could not go against the dragon scale. He could laugh and play around, but if he crossed the line, Su Fengnian could not guarantee that Udilong would do something extreme. However, this was Su Fengnian's first time being someone's master. Although he didn't agree with the way Udilong interacted with Wang Sheng, Lu Yunzhang, and the Daoist child, Xianxia, he didn't feel the need to force the child's temperament back. Su Fengnian thought for a moment and suddenly asked, do you think that Lu Yunzhang looks very smart, but is actually very stupid? Udilong opened his mouth wide as though he wanted to deny it, but looking at his master's clear eyes in the night, the child didn't say a word and lowered his head. Su Fengnian smiled and continued walking. He said softly, a master also has a master. Let me tell you a story that my master told. It's about his learning experience. Udilong looked up at his master's back and bit his lips. Su Fengnian slowly said, there's an allusion to the empty city strategy. It says that when 2 countries fought, one side's superior commander was scared off by the other side's empty city. After layers of embellishment, the former was reduced to a joke, while the latter was revered as an immortal. When my master read this when he was young, he also yearned for the latter's strategy. When my master read this allusion again when he was young, he was puzzled. It was only an empty city. If he was the latter, he could have sent a small number of troops to act as suicide soldiers to investigate the situation inside the city. Since he could think of this, why couldn't the future great Feng Emperor, who would usurp the throne in the future, understand? Therefore, my master had huge doubts about this illusion. He began to flip through many official and unofficial histories. He finally discovered the truth. The situation the latter was in at that time was that once he defeated the former and destroyed the enemy country, he would have achieved irreversible merit. His merit would be so great that it would shock the emperor to the extreme. He could only retire at home and retire for the rest of his life. After my master finished telling me this story, he told me that there are 3 realms in studying. It's the same for judging people. Udilong blurted out, Master, I think that if the story is true, then the former is also very smart. The empty fort stratagem, in itself, is not clever. What is clever is that he used this stratagem to scare off the enemy. Both of them had a way out, and by the way, he won the respect of the future generations. Su Fengnian nodded and said, that's what I told Master back then. Yu Dilong scratched his head. Su Fengnian smiled and squinted his eyes. He said, "But master immediately slapped me on the head with a duster and scolded me, being smart is superfluous and not beneficial. I used to feel wronged. Is it wrong to think that I'm smart?" Su Fengnian, with a gentle expression, continued, "Smart people should use their intelligence in the right place. Life between heaven and earth should be beneficial to the world. Even if you don't have the heart or the ability, you shouldn't bully others." Yu Dilong said softly, "Master, don't worry. Even if I learn profound martial arts, as long as people don't bully me, I will never bully others." Su Fengnian exhaled and said, "You need to have many friends, but not brothers. If you meet someone who can be your brother in the future, you must treat them sincerely. Master didn't do a good job. I hope you can do a better job in the future." Yu Dilong seemed to understand, but he still nodded. Chapter 1169. Wudong had several incense-worshipping paths in and out of the mountains. After leaving Shaozhu Peak, Su Fengnian and Yu Dilong were on their way to the main peak. At the deep ravine of Leigong Stream, they coincidentally met an acquaintance. The old Zhenren Qianyao was leading a pair of master and servant up the northern divine path. Su Fengnian went up to ask and found out that the two foreigners admired Wudong's prosperity. After entering the mountain, they lingered and forgot to return. The further they went, the more remote they became. Fortunately, they met Qianyao. On the way out, the old Zhenren and the middle-aged Confucian scholar talked happily. Fortunately, it was the 15th night of the full moon. Under the clear moonlight, the night road was not too bad. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to return to the elephant washing pond. Together with Qianyao, he sent the pair of master and servant to the one-track-minded, divine path. The Confucian scholar obviously did not know that Qianyao was the Zhenren of Wudong Mountain. He only thought that Qianyao was an old Taoist from a poor Taoist temple. But seeing that this old Taoist was not ordinary, the Confucian scholar who claimed to be from a Gangnam-do family treated him with respect. With Su Fengnian's discerning eyes, he immediately saw through the clues. The scholar's clothes were simple, and the young man carrying a book did not show off his wealth and arrogance. But the jade pendant hanging from the young man's waist was not ordinary. It was in the shape of a reclining deer turning its head, outlined by a yin line, vivid and lifelike. It was truly a rare item that had been passed down for thousands of years. As for the bamboo bookcase, it was also shiny. It was obviously an item passed down from generation to generation. The so-called foundation of a rich and powerful family was reflected in these gentle details. Along the way, the middle-aged Confucian scholar asked Qianyao about scriptures such as Dao Shu Qi Zhenjiang and Zhua Dong Zhen Jing Massage Daoyin Formula. Su Fengnian could see that although these scriptures were introductory Taoist classics, they were orthodox and mellow. They had been approved by the Taoist immortals of various dynasties and had detailed annotations. They were especially suitable for people who were busy with work to take a break from work. After Qianyao sent the master and servant to the main road, the two sides happily parted. The old Zhenren stood side by side with Su Fengnian, watching the Jiangnan Confucian scholar who had traveled thousands of miles to Beiliang leave. He laughed softly and said, "Did Prince see anything?" Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. It should be the Deer Song family of Gangnam-do. The accent matches, and the family history revealed by the words is also similar. Although the Song family is at the bottom of the 10 wealthy families of the spring and autumn period, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, because the family's foundation is located north of the Guangling River and they have long been attached to the imperial court, they are not deeply involved with the other families. Now in Liang, they are considered a first-class noble Chinese family. Back then, the Song family of the capital had 2 teachers. Before they became famous, they had no choice but to use the banner of a distant branch of the Deer Song family to gain a firm foothold in Tian City. I heard that the Deer Song family has a lot of complaints about the Song family that burned the bridge after crossing the river. Chen Yao twirled his beard and smiled. If I am not wrong, this person should be the youngest son of dear Song Yeping, Song Dongming. Legend has it that before this child was born, an auspicious white deer rushed into the mansion, and Song Dongming was born. Su Fengnian did not expect Song Dongming to come to Beiliang personally. He frowned and said, "This person is one of the hidden ministers that someone in the imperial court has taken a fancy to." On the surface, after he lost to Yin Mao Chun in the spring of Yonghui, he has devoted himself to the mountains and rivers for many years, but in reality, he has been hibernating and accumulating power. Powerful families like the Song family have always liked to speculate everywhere. However, to put such an important person like Song Dongming in Beiliang seems to be too risky. Chen Yao shook his head and turned to look at Su Fengnian face to face. He asked, "Your Highness, do you think that once Beimang invades the south, Beiliang will lose more than win?" Su Fengnian did not hide anything. He said calmly, "If the Empress of Beimang only uses half of the country's power and the southern dynasty's army to invade the south, I have full confidence that I can defend Beiliang's border. However, if the Empress of Beimang personally comes to the border with all of Beimang's military orders and generals, even if Beiliang already has 2 lines of defense, it will still be impossible to stop Beimang's iron hooves. To be honest, if it were not for Chen Zhibao being conferred the title of King of Western Shu, allowing the Su family of Beiliang to build Western Shu and Nanzhao into the 3rd line of defense, we still have the confidence to stop Beimang from invading the south. According to my master, Li Yishan's plan, Beiliang's 200,000 border soldiers, Yuliang and Nanzhao, and finally Liuzhou's western regions and Western Shu's Nanzhao, would be enough to hold Beimang's million-strong army. However, the imperial court used Prince Zhao Kai to go to the western regions with a vase and Chen Zhibao to be conferred the title of king to become a vassal, disrupting the situation that Beiliang painstakingly built up. Otherwise, with Shu's Nanzhao and Nanzhao's thousands of li of depth, even if they lost the border, they could still attack and defend. Not to mention 5 years, even if Beimang was given 10 years, they still wouldn't be able to enter the Central Plains. Chapter 1170. Su Fengnian rarely confided in others, especially when it came to matters of national security. He would not take the initiative to mention even half a sentence to others. However, he had always been close to Mount Wudang, and Chen Yao was a senior of virtue and prestige on the mountain. He was the shitty of the old hierarch Wang Zhongluo and also Hong Shixiang's shitty, so Su Fengnian did not have the slightest bit of wariness. Moreover, a person with a treasure in his heart would always need to say a few words. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Walking slowly on the divine path back to the mountain with Chen Yao, Su Fengnian continued, "Unfortunately, after Master passed away, I could not keep the plans he had set. When I defeated Wang Xianji, I had 2 choices. One was to go to Western Shu and kill Chen Zhibao, who had ruined Beiliang's grand plan. Even if I had to bear the name of a rebel, I had to take Western Shu, which had always been easy to defend and difficult to attack. The other was to go to Mount Longhu and kill my enemy, Zhao Huangchao. Out of selfishness, I still chose the latter. Although at that time I had a vague feeling that killing Zhao Huangchao was easier than killing Chen Zhibao, looking back now, in the end, it was still out of selfishness. Every time I think about it, I feel uneasy." Su Fengnian smiled, seeming a little embarrassed. He said softly, "Of course, the number of times I think about it is actually not many. Including now, it's only been 2 times." Chen Yao smiled knowingly. "My master once told us that cultivation is neither easy nor difficult. In fact, it's just being one's true self, speaking from the bottom of your heart, and doing things with love. In my opinion, cultivation is for the sake of attaining the Tao. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone in the world is cultivating and making choices. That's why there's the saying, the unjust find little help, the righteous find much help. Since the prince is being frank and honest, this humble Daoist might as well speak his mind. If there is any disrespect. This humble Daoist believes that the prince will not vent his anger on Wudang Mountain. The prince's actions over the years are worthy of trust. This was common sense, and Bailiang was the same. His Highness oversaw the northwest of the dynasty, and together with the great general Gu Jiantang on the eastern front, he faced the Baimang Iron Cavalry. Regardless of whether he was a prince with a different surname, or if he was called the second emperor, this was the responsibility that the eldest son of the Su family should bear. He could not shirk his responsibility because of a few sarcastic remarks. Generations of Wudang people were willing to get close to the great general Su Shao. Other than the great general treating the Taoist priests on the mountain well, it was more because my fellow disciples respected the great general's responsibility. Your Highness is the new head of the Su family and the new Prince Liang of the dynasty. Wudang Mountain, where this humble Taoist is from, is generally satisfied. However, there is one thing that this humble Taoist cannot bear to look at. Today, this humble Taoist must let your Highness know. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Daoist priest, please say it. Good words enter the ear, bad words don't take to heart. Chen Yao looked at the amiable young king and said seriously, Your Highness is too gloomy. Su Fengnian did not expect such a statement. For a moment, he was speechless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged Taoist priest said angrily, Your Highness, after all, is only a young man in his early 20s. You are also a figure who has climbed to the top of Jianghu. You should be at your most high-spirited, how can you be so gloomy? Compared to this humble Taoist priest who has lived for more than 80 years, his mentality is even more gloomy. Hey, not to mention this humble Taoist priest, when this humble Taoist priest was at your age, he was not as arrogant as you. At that time, the two brothers, Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan of Longhu Mountain, went up the mountain to ask for the Dao and ask for the sword. Senior brother Wang beat and scolded them until they had no temper. He also went down Wudang Mountain without his master's permission and went to Longhu Mountain alone. First, he vented the anger in his heart. After returning to the mountain, he was grounded by his master to reflect on his mistakes. That master of ours spoke harshly and got angry in front of eldest senior brother. After he locked eldest senior brother up, he immediately smiled at us. That mouth of his couldn't close for a few days. He smiled at everyone he saw. However, after master left, senior brother Wang's mind became heavy. It was not until he led junior brother Wang up the mountain that he felt better. Su Fengnian's hands were in his sleeves. He was silent, but there was some warmth in his heart. Chen Yao suddenly smiled and said, This humble Taoist priest knows a bit about prophecies. I have two pieces of good news to tell you. Consider it as my thanks to your Highness for returning the Great Yellow Court. Su Fengnian said half-jokingly, If it's really good news, I promise that Shaozhu Peak's incense will not lose to Wudang's main peak in 3 years. Even if Baimang really invades Bailiang's territory, I will protect Shaozhu Peak. Chen Yao glared and said, Let's not talk about the good news first. Your Highness, there is one thing you must remember. The more sincere a person is, the more careful they must be with their words. Isn't it a prophecy? When the ancient sages created words, the heavens wept. There is a great deal of care in this. Now that the Zhaoshi dynasty has chosen the Yu language as their official language, it is even more profound. This is all related to extremely complicated destiny. Su Fengnian nodded and did not argue. Chen Yao's expression softened. He smiled and said, The first piece of good news is that there is a white flood dragon aura of benevolence coming north from the southern sea. The second piece of good news is that there is a black flood dragon aura coming west from the southern sea and entering Bailiang from the east. Su Fengnian thought for a while and said doubtfully, The former should be a Qi cultivator from the southern sea Guanyin sect. The latter? Chen Yao's expression was calm and did not reveal the heavenly secrets. Su Fengnian did not dare to believe it. He said to himself, Is it really coming? Chen Yao smiled and said, With that Song Dongming of the Confucians, Bailiang can be said to be gradually enlightened. Your Highness, do you still think that Bailiang will lose without a doubt? The fate of the world is fixed. First, the Liang imperial court committed suicide. Then, many people from Great Peace City quietly left. For the Zhaoshi, this is not a good sign. But for Bailiang, for your highness, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must not miss it. Yu Dilong looked at his master. An imposing aura. A python behind him raised its head. An imposing aura. Chapter 1171. The southern dynasty of Beimang had its imperial court. Even though the Norland had its capital, the empress would spend 2 seasons a year in the imperial tent. The imperial tent was located at the center of the empire. It was a moving city made up of countless tents of various sizes. The tent that the world's noblest old lady lived in was golden in color. Hence, it was like a giant golden spider crawling on the grassland, competing with the sun for glory. When this golden imperial tent appeared in Gusai Prefecture, the imperial court of the southern dynasty suddenly lost its splendor. A group of nobles and officials gathered around the imperial tent, quietly waiting for the empress summons. The venerables were closer to the imperial tent. For example, the new king of the southern dynasty, Dongzhuo, the Ruran cavalry commander, Hong Jingyan, the prefect of the 2 prefectures of Gusai and Longyao, and the great general of the southern dynasty, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzan. These influential figures in the southern dynasty were all relatively close to the imperial tent. Today, the Empress of Beimang was anxious for the officials of the northern and southern dynasties. As a routine meeting, everyone sat on an embroidered stool in a circle. There was no difference in height between the seats. However, the white-haired but hale and hearty old lady still sat like the Empress of the Central Plains. On her left was the prefect of the chess and sword music school, and on her right was the Beimang god of war, Tuoba Bodhisattva. One was civil and the other was military. However, when the two were arranged in order, civil and military were mixed up. There was no clear confrontation between civil and military like in the imperial court of Liang. As Dongzhuo rose to become the king of the southern courtyard, his position was getting closer to Empress Murong. However, he was still separated by the prefect of Orange Province, Murong Baoding. Today, after Fatty Dong entered the tent, he was absent-minded. He looked up and counted with his thick fingers, counting how many seats he was behind Her Majesty. Anyway, he was already the highest official in the southern dynasties. However, there were still many old men with the surname Yelu or Murong who occupied the latrine but did not shit. Even if they were old and dizzy and could no longer straighten their backs, they still forced themselves to participate in this meeting. Dongzhuo met the eyes of a smiling old man. If he remembered correctly, the old man was called Yelu Hongkai. When he was young, he had done a few heroic deeds. These years, he had not done anything. The old man smiled foolishly at Dongzhuo. Feeling bored, Dongzhuo also smiled foolishly at the old man. Just like that, the two of them competed. In the end, Dongzhuo's face was stiff from smiling, but the smile on the other side was still so lively and lively. Dongzhuo was defeated. He rubbed his cheeks and gave the old man a thumbs up. Yelu Hongcai's smile did not diminish as he picked his nose. The old man did not hide his pride at all. Dongzhuo could not help but roll his eyes. Was this guy the roly-poly man who had been under Beimang's orders for 3 dynasties? When Yelu Wenshu of the Holy Sect died, this old man and 6 others were present to receive orders. Their seats were at the bottom. When Shenzong passed away, Yelu Hongkai was ranked 3rd out of the 5 people present. When the former emperor died, he was present with great general Yelu Shulai, a remnant of the Central Plains, Su Huainan, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Murong Baoding. He was ranked 2nd. Next. Dongzhuo subconsciously turned to look at the empress. In the large circle formed by the crowd, there was a cloth map that covered the southern part of Liang's capital and Guangling Road. While Dongzhuo was fighting with the old man, Yelu Hongkai, the empress had already discussed the future trend of the war with several great generals. They were all optimistic about the explosive power of West Chu in the short term. However, they still did not think that West Chu could succeed. It was absolutely impossible for them to succeed in reviving the country. The Empress mainly wanted to ask the generals how short this short term was. Was it a few months or half a year? Or could it be a deadlock until next autumn? Then, under various possibilities, she asked the civil officials how much the national treasury of Liang Imperial Court would be reduced. While they were discussing the overall situation, a few young people from West Chu also reached the ears of the Beimang Empress. Among them, Xia Shibian received the most, as many as 4 times. Ko Jianghui followed closely behind with 3 times. The Empress's interest was piqued, but in the end, she only said, "It's a pity that he was born in the wrong place at the right time." Within the tent, the northern Mang military generals all believed that with Chao Zhongqing presiding over the Eastern Front, they would still win the battle against Guangling Prince Zhao Yi. However, what followed would depend on the commander-in-chief of the Zhao clan in Liyang who would clean up the mess. Would it be the Lu Xingxiang who was suffering from a lot of difficulties, or would it be the Minister of War Lu Baijie who was appointed in the face of danger? It was to the extent where it might even be the northern Mang's greatest threat further north, the Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang. In the opinion of the Imperial Peace Commissioner, the Liang Imperial Court looked down on West Chu too much. Furthermore, without Gu Jiantang in charge of the Ministry of War, the speed at which the Liang Imperial Court operated was simply a world of difference compared to 20 years ago. However, the Imperial Peace Commissioner was also deeply worried. He said that the more Liang was attacked by West Chu, the more concentrated and flourishing the military power in Gu Jiantang's hands would be in the future. In the long run, it could barely be considered a good and a bad situation. Dong Zhuo didn't participate in this discussion that didn't have many objections. When Fatty Dong saw the Empress raise her hand, not only did the group of third-rank civil officials, but also a large group of arrogant and domineering generals, it could be said that almost everyone's spirits were lifted. Dong Zhuo also restrained his expression. He only saw 4 young female officials carry out another map and lay it on top of the original map. When that extremely detailed colored map appeared in everyone's vision, Dong Zhuo saw that even Yelu Hongkai, a toothless tiger, narrowed his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and carefully stared at the 10 feet long and wide map. Probably because his eyesight was old and weak, the old man slowly stood up and took a few steps forward. In all of Beimang, he was the only one who could bring a retainer into the tent to participate in the discussion.